Chapter 270. Great! With so much firethorn lizard meat, we won't have to worry about food for the rest of the month. Jiang Yaru and the others looked at the pile of firethorn lizard corpses with joy. There were 2,000 firethorn lizards in front of them, and they could easily take up more than half of them. It wouldn't be a problem even if they ate as much as they wanted. After all, just one firethorn lizard meat was more than enough to make up for their energy consumption in a day. Wu Tong and the other candidates were also overjoyed. They could probably take up 1,000 firethorn lizards. Even if they split it evenly, they would still get 7 or 8 days' worth of food. If they could hunt a few more, they wouldn't have to worry about food for the rest of the month. It would be a huge harvest. The cave is the nest of the firethorn lizards. I wonder if there are any treasures in there. Xia Ping's eyes flickered. They had already killed 2,000 firethorn lizards. Even if there were still some left in the cave, there wouldn't be many left. It could be said that this was the best time to raid the nest of the firethorn lizards. There might be treasures, but the problem is that the caves here are connected in all directions. It's like a maze. It's too difficult to find the nest of the firethorn lizards. If you're not careful, you might get lost inside and never come out again. Chu Rong said. Don't worry. It's a piece of cake for me. I won't get lost. Xia Ping was full of confidence. His 10,000-mile tracking was extremely powerful. As long as he followed the scent of the firethorn lizards, he would never get lost. Oh, right. You guys dissect the firethorn lizard meat here. I'll go in and take a look. His figure flashed, and he immediately entered the cave. At the same time, in a valley a few kilometers away from the Black Stone Mountain, hundreds of candidates from the 9 continents gathered together. In front of them were a pile of over 1,000 firethorn lizard corpses. The person in the lead was a young man in white. His appearance was as handsome as jade, and a sword hung on his waist. Even in such an environment, there wasn't a single speck of dust on his sword. He was simply a peerless swordsman. Amazing. As expected of Mu Bansheng. He cultivates the Green Emperor sword technique, and his sword skills are divine. He's practically invincible. Of course, this Azure Monarch sword technique is a king-grade martial technique. With one sword, everything will fall. Who can block it? Over 1,000 firethorn lizards were killed by him alone, and not a single trace was left on his body. How terrifying. The firethorn lizard's body is so hard that even bullets can't penetrate it. But when Mu Bansheng slashed down with his sword, it was immediately split in two. The cut was smooth and sharp. Fortunately, we're with Mu Bansheng. Otherwise, if we were alone, more than half of us would have died. Isn't that right? He's really lucky. I'm guessing that Mu Bansheng will take first place in Yanhuang University's exam this time. Not to mention his swordsmanship, just based on his cultivation alone, no one in the 5th heaven of the martial artist realm is a match for him. Many examinees discussed among themselves, looking at Mu Bansheng with admiration and respect. However, Mu Bansheng frowned and said, "Strange, why hasn't Rodi returned yet? Didn't he say that he found the nest of the firethorn lizards on another mountain peak and wanted to explore it? Didn't he come back soon? Why hasn't he returned yet? Did something happen to him? Perhaps Brother Luo discovered something amiss and wanted to explore there for a period of time. Based on Brother Luo's strength, even if all the firethorn lizards come out, they won't be able to stop him," one examinee said confidently. At this moment, an examinee exclaimed, "Brother Mu, Rodi, and the others are back." What? Immediately, Mu Bansheng and the others looked over. They saw Rodi and the others appear in the distance, but they looked very miserable. They supported each other and limped back, grimacing in pain. "Rodi, what's going on? Were you guys ambushed by the firethorn lizards?" Mu Bansheng was dumbfounded. He looked at the miserable appearance of Rodi and the others. All of them had bloody noses and swollen faces, as if they had been trampled by a herd of cows. If he wasn't very familiar with Rodi, he wouldn't have recognized him. "We weren't ambushed by the firethorn lizards. We were ambushed." The moment they saw Mu Bancheng, Rodi, and the others immediately cried out. All of them were extremely angry and aggrieved. Ambushed? What's going on? Who ambushed you guys? Tell me in detail. Mu Bancheng immediately asked. Brother Mu, it's like this. An examinee said with grief and indignation, previously, we occupied a cave and wanted to hunt the firethorn lizards. Because we came here first, we asked those fellows to leave nicely. After all, the number of firethorn lizards in a place is limited. It's impossible for so many people to share them. But those bastards were extremely arrogant, like crabs. They're used to being tyrannical. Without saying anything, they came up and beat us up. They're completely unreasonable, saying that whatever they want belongs to them. Even if we came here first, it's the same. Despicable to the extreme. He clenched his fists, but because his hands were broken, he grimaced in pain. Whatever they want belongs to them. What right do they have? They're too tyrannical. Aren't they tyrants? Is there still any law? Mu Bancheng and the others angrily said. Brother Mu, what do those villains know about the law? They even said that they are the law. They're used to being lawless. They're so ruthless, as if we owe them a lot of money. It's fine if they beat us up. This is because they're weaker than us. But they're not satisfied and even extorted us. They said that they want each of us to pay 500 million before they can leave. They said that it's some mental damage and education fee. They even said that they beat us up to teach us a lesson. They want us to know how to be human and that we have to pay. The examinees spoke with grief and indignation, accusing those villains of being violent. What? Mu Bancheng and the others were stunned. They had never seen someone so arrogant. They beat people up and still said that it was a lesson and even extorted them. This was lawless to the extreme. If such actions weren't evil, then there wouldn't be any criminals in the world. Thinking of this, Mu Bancheng immediately asked, who's their boss? I secretly heard them talking before. The boss of that group of bastards is Xia Ping of Yangzhou district. He led a group of villains and relied on his strength to ambush us and beat us up. Their methods were extremely cruel. Roddy looked up to the sky and roared, I'm also a master of the fourth heaven of the martial artist realm. I can be considered one of the best among the many examinees, but I was outnumbered. In a moment of carelessness, I was caught by that shameless Xia Ping and beaten up fiercely. Left hook, right hook. He was so ruthless that even my mother couldn't recognize me. If I don't take revenge, I won't be able to bear it. Chapter 271. Xia Ping from Yangzhou district. Hearing this, a candidate standing behind Mu Bancheng exclaimed. He did not expect to hear this name here. What? You know Xia Ping from Yangzhou district? Mu Bancheng and the others immediately looked at the candidate. They also knew that this candidate was from Yangzhou district, but because of an accident, he led a group of people to join them. In fact, this group of people now came from different places in the 9 continents, but because they admired Mu Bancheng's strength, they united together. Of course I know him. The candidate immediately said, in Yangzhou district, you cannot know anyone but this Xia Ping. That guy's evil deeds have long been known throughout the entire Yangzhou district. Everyone knows about him. What? That kid is already a villain in Yangzhou district, and his reputation is worse than dog shit? Audie was also a little dumbfounded. To be honest, his words were exaggerated, hoping to provoke Mu Bancheng to take revenge for them. But hearing this Yangzhou candidate's words, that kid was actually very famous and domineering for God knows how long. More than that, you don't know how arrogant he is. The candidate shouted, do you know Su Yuntian from Yangzhou district? He is from the Su family of Huajing city. Because of some quarrel, some conflict, he was killed by him. In front of all the candidates from Yangzhou district, he blew up Su Yuntian's head. Even some of Su Yuntian's gang of scoundrels who dared to speak up for justice were killed. It was a bloody scene that struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it. His fierce reputation is enough to make the children of Yangzhou district stop crying. Every candidate from Yangzhou district submitted to his ferocity. No one dared to speak, everyone lowered their heads like quails. Don't even mention how miserable our situation is. Roddy and the others swallowed. This kid is so fierce. They suddenly felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they surrendered in time, otherwise they would have angered this fierce god and even lost their lives. They also knew that Su Yuntian from Yangzhou district was also an expert in the fourth heaven of the martial artist realm, and the Su family was also a famous big family. Even such a person was killed, what was there to be afraid of? It's fine if he's cruel, but the problem is that he's lustful and likes to occupy beautiful women. That examinee's spittle flew everywhere. That guy thinks too highly of himself and is arrogant. He said that women are not meant to be pursued but to be snatched. So, when he sees a woman he likes, he never pursues her. He just knocks her out on the street and takes her away. He's like a primitive man who brings her home to consummate his marriage. What's done cannot be undone. It is said that he has used this method to snatch at least 20 to 30 women. His face was filled with rage. Snatching the woman he likes the moment he sees her, directly forcibly taking her away. What's done cannot be undone. An examinee was dumbfounded. Is no one going to do anything about such an evil act? This is clearly a crime. The group of people was stunned. They were also the second generation of power and wealth, but they also had a bottom line when doing things. They didn't dare to go too far, lest they were discredited by their own families. However, this kid was completely unbridled. He treated the federal government as if it was his home, knocking out women he liked and taking them away. This was too exaggerated. Did he really think that this was a primitive society? Yes, immediately call the police to arrest him. For such a crime, he should be imprisoned for at least a few decades. Someone suggested. The Yangzhou examinee shook his head. It's useless. He is an official member of the giant company. With the protection of the giant company, no one dares to provoke him. He shouted that in Yangzhou, he is the law. What? Hearing this, the examinees present clenched their fists. No wonder this kid dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that he had joined the giant company. With the protection of this super organization, naturally, no one dared to provoke him. No matter what he did, there would be someone to clean up his mess. Mu Banqing also clenched his fists. He himself was also a member of the Aurora Corporation. Naturally, he knew how terrifying the power of the three giants of Yanhuang planet was. They were transcendent forces above the federal government. With such power, it was too easy to settle these disputes among the people. This Xia Ping, everyone has the right to punish him. Roddy looked up to the sky and sighed. He also thought that he wasn't a good person. He relied on the power of his family to run amok and bully countless people. However, compared to this Xia Ping, he was a little sheep, a pure little rabbit. Even a playboy like him felt that this guy was not a good person. The group of good-for-nothings also felt extremely ashamed. Compared to Xia Ping, they were simply too pure and kind, not much different from Lei Feng. So what if he is a member of the giant company? Can he do whatever he wants just because he has a deep background? If such a genius does evil, it will cause even greater harm to society. Isn't that so? It's said that the people in the Yangzhou district have long been seething with discontent and complaints. They're just short of an uprising. To be able to make people hate him to this extent, this Xia Ping is also the best. I remember, there were indeed 2 or 3 beautiful women standing beside that kid just now. They were probably forced by that bastard Xia Ping by various means. What's done can't be undone. What? He didn't even let go of the examinees of Yanhuang University. Is there any humanity left? If such an evil gang is not eliminated, the future of our Yanhuang planet will be in danger. If we really let this kid join Yanhuang University, maybe Yanhuang University will be harmed by this kid, and its hundreds of years of reputation will be destroyed. Everyone was talking about it, and all of them were filled with righteous indignation. Even if they had never seen Xia Ping, they were angry at him. If such an evil gang was not eliminated, it would be intolerable. Big Brother Mu, you give the order. Let this Xia Ping continue to run amok here. I don't know how many people will be killed by this bastard. An examinee shouted. Yes, he is only in the martial warrior realm, but he has done so much evil, causing the people in Yangzhou to be angry. If he is promoted to the martial master realm, the grand master realm, or even the king realm, what will happen? Maybe the entire Yanhuang planet will have to surrender to his fierce power, and we can only live without purpose. That kind of future is dark. No, that is not the future at all. That is the end of the world. A group of examinees shouted, and the crowd was excited. Roddy also said, yes, the only person who can stop that Xia Ping from doing evil is you, Brother Mu. Don't worry, leave it to me. With me taking action, that kid can't continue to run amok like this. Mu Bancheng clenched his fists. He had a sacred feeling of eliminating evil for the people. The so-called martial artists, aren't they supposed to uphold justice and protect the people? Let's go, let's meet this Xia Ping and see what makes him so arrogant. Chapter 272. Deep in the cave. Xia Ping followed the smell, turned left and right, walked for 4 or 5 kilometers, and finally reached the deepest part of the cave. Although he encountered more than a dozen firethorn lizards along the way, they were all easily killed by him. Sure enough, there are no firethorn lizards here. Xia Ping looked ahead and saw a huge space in front of him. Some fluorescent grass around emitted a faint blue light, and he could barely see the situation of the space. There were piles of soil on the ground, and on the soil, there were 5 or 6 eggs, about the size of a fist, red, and seemed to emit bursts of red light. There were even unique red lines on them, with a strange smell. These are firethorn lizard eggs? But why are there only 5 or 6? Xia Ping immediately felt that these monster eggs were very extraordinary, as if they contained majestic energy. It was estimated that these eggs were many times more precious than the firethorn lizard meat. Hee, there really are treasures in this place. After eating these firethorn lizard eggs, I can break through to the 4th heaven of the martial warrior realm tonight. Xia Ping clenched his fists, extremely confident. He was only 1 step away from the 4th heaven of the martial warrior realm. If there was external help, it would be a step, and the energy of these firethorn lizards was obviously this opportunity. Xia Ping searched around, but did not find any other treasures. But although these eggs are not big, they are very difficult to take away. Xia Ping suddenly frowned. Without a bag beside him, it would be troublesome to put these eggs in. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded, "Host, in this case, I suggest you buy a space ring. It only needs 200,000 hatred points to get a space ring of 100 cubic meters. With this space ring, you can carry any treasure with you." Hearing this, Xia Ping's eyes flashed. Space ring? Is this the legendary immortal treasure of the mustard seed storage? Can it be exchanged like this? If he had such a treasure, then he could carry a lot of things, and even bring some treasures out of this place. For example, gem fruit, firethorn lizard meat, and so on. These things could not be used up in the wild sand ruins. He could take them out and continue to eat them, or even give them to his parents to strengthen his family's physique. Of course, this is not a problem. The system said. Xia Ping immediately said, "Exchange." Okay. The system's voice sounded. With a whoosh, a silver ring fell into Xia Ping's hand. Xia Ping put the ring on his finger and probed it with his spiritual power. With a boom, his soul seemed to have entered a virtual space that was 100 cubic meters in size. Amazing, so this is the legendary space ring. This is just too magical. Although Xia Ping had seen many wondrous things, he was still shocked by the appearance of this space ring. Whoosh! He subconsciously moved and immediately placed the 6 firethorn lizard eggs into his space ring, lying there quietly. But this ring is too conspicuous. Is there no way to hide it? Xia Ping frowned. After all, he hadn't been wearing a ring before. The sudden appearance of such a ring would probably arouse many people's suspicions. No problem. As long as the host wills it, you can hide the ring and make it invisible. No one will be able to detect it, the system replied. Thinking up to there, Xia Ping willed the space ring to disappear. However, he could still feel the ring on his right hand. How amazing! Although he had spent 200,000 hatred points, which made Xia Ping's heart ache. He didn't know how long it would take to accumulate it back, but with the help of this space ring, it would be much more convenient. Let's go. It's time to go out. Xia Ping's figure flashed and returned along the original path. In just 5 or 6 minutes, he had left the cave. At this time, the firethorn lizard corpses on the ground had been cleaned up by Jiang Yaru and the others. They took out the firethorn lizard meat and processed it all. Some of the examinees were clever and dexterous. Before going to the oasis, they used bamboo to weave baskets, so they could put all the firethorn lizard meat together, avoiding the hard work of transporting. You're out. Did you find anything? Jiang Yaru immediately noticed Xia Ping coming out of the cave and turned to look. Hearing this, many people also looked over. They were also very curious. After all, this was the nest of the firethorn lizards. There might be some special treasures. Well, it's a secret for now. You'll know tonight. Xia Ping said with a smile. Jiang Yaru looked at Xia Ping with disdain. You know how to keep it a secret. But forget it. Today's hunt is over. Let's hurry back. Otherwise, when it gets dark and snows, I'm afraid it'll be a little troublesome. All right. Xia Ping nodded. Immediately, the group followed Xia Ping down the mountain. Boom! Just as Xia Ping and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain, suddenly, a tyrannical sword chi struck, cutting through the sky. It was incomparably fierce and instantly slashed towards Xia Ping. What? Xia Ping used his spiritual force to sense the surroundings. He had long been aware of the danger around him. In an instant, he moved dozens of meters horizontally. With a bang, the sword chi slammed into a nearby rock that weighed hundreds of tons. Immediately, the rock was split in half. With a cracking sound, it broke into more than a dozen pieces. Even the ground was left with a huge mark that was dozens of meters long. Who is it? Feng Hetong and the others were also shocked. They didn't expect that someone would actually sneak attack them. All of them looked ahead, and in an instant, they saw over 100 people majestically walking over from afar. And the person who attacked just now was a man dressed in white. His appearance was as handsome as jade, and his body emitted an unparalleled sword chi. He was staring at Xia Ping, like a beast staring at its prey. You're Xia Ping. The man in white stared at Xia Ping. I'm Xia Ping. Who the hell are you? How dare you sneak attack me? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes, looking at the man in white with extreme danger. He could also feel the tyrannical strength of the man in white. It was completely different from the previous enemies. I'm Mu Bancheng. The man in white said indifferently. With a single sentence, he emitted a monstrous baleful aura. It was like a huge mountain, lying on the bodies of the candidates, causing them to feel suffocated. Mu Bancheng, a person whose name was like the shadow of a tree, could be said to be the #1 person in this year's Yanhuang University entrance exam. He was an expert in the 5th layer of the fighter realm, a descendant of a king-level clan, and an official member of the Aurora Corporation. Any random name from above was enough to cause countless people to tremble in fear. Chapter 273. This kid is Mu Bancheng. He's really powerful. This sharp sword chi gives me goosebumps. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. The strength of the 5th heaven of the martial artist realm is enough to surpass many candidates. Look, isn't the kid hiding in the crowd Roddy? This guy really brought Mu Bancheng here. I see, Roddy brought people here to take revenge. Everyone was discussing and staring at Mu Bancheng's group. They knew that these people came with bad intentions. It was probably Mu Bancheng who came to stand up for Roddy and his group. I'm asking who you are, who's asking for your name? Xia Ping clenched his fists. You sneak attacked me like this, causing me great mental damage. Have you thought about how to compensate me? He wanted to ask for compensation from Mu Bancheng. Wu Tong and the others were stunned. The other party was the famous Mu Bancheng, an expert of the fifth heaven of the martial artist realm. He actually wanted to ask for compensation. He was too bold. Compensate your ass. A candidate from Shuzhou district jumped out and scolded, we haven't even started asking for compensation from you. You actually want us to compensate you. Do you have any shame? You crippled Roddy and his group and extorted 500 million from each of them. We haven't settled the score with you yet. I've never seen such an arrogant bastard. Do you know what shame is? Brother Mu just gave you a warning. If he really attacked you, you would have been dead long ago. Why are you still here? That's right. It's Brother Mu's greatest gift that you are not dead. Hurry up and thank him. Roddy and the other candidates scolded one after another. Their spittle flew everywhere. They wanted to kill this shameless Xia Ping. They had never seen such an arrogant guy. He simply did not take them seriously. Shut up. Xia Ping waved his hand. I'm talking to your adults. What are you small fries barking for? I'll deal with you later. Wash your butts and wait. He did not really want to pay attention to these small fries. This bastard. Roddy and the other candidates gritted their teeth. They all wanted to rush up and beat this arrogant bastard up. Who the hell is a small free? Do you know how to talk? This is too arrogant. Xia Ping, you're too arrogant. Mu Bancheng stared at Xia Ping and said, previously, some people said that you committed all kinds of evil and committed all kinds of crimes. At first, I didn't believe it, but today, I see that you are even more outrageous than the rumors. I advise you to kneel and apologize right now. Remove the contract with Roddy and the others. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. If you provoke me, you won't be able to walk away unscathed. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind, and a terrifying aura rose. Xia Ping said indifferently, get over here and die. You're courting death. Mu Bancheng was furious. With a loud bang, he slashed out with his long sword. Suddenly, a dazzling cold light gushed out. It exuded a murderous aura like the autumn wind. It was as if the temperature had dropped by more than 10 degrees. A streak of sword chi blasted over, sending sand and pebbles flying. A terrifying crack appeared on the ground. Not to be outdone, Xia Ping struck out with a punch. Bang! The fist force collided with the sword chi, and immediately, a huge crater was blasted out on the ground. The huge rocks in the vicinity were smashed into pieces by this terrifying force, and gravel flew in all directions. The strong wind swept out in all directions, and the surrounding examinees were all shocked. They were sent flying by this gust of wind. Some examinees even spun a few rounds in the air before falling to the ground, coughing up blood non-stop. Monster! The examinees of Shuzhou district were incomparably shocked. They knew how powerful Mu Bancheng was. With the strength of a fifth-layer martial artist, he could sweep away everything. He could kill 500 fire thorn lizards alone. With a slash of his sword, even a rock that weighed hundreds of tons would be torn into countless pieces. However, Xia Ping's punch was evenly matched, and the shockwave sent them flying. This kind of strength was simply too shocking. They had to admit that although this fellow's character was incomparably bad and he was basically a scum, his strength was not fake. It was no wonder that he could join the giant company. You're only a third-layer martial artist, and you can actually block my sword? Mu Bancheng's expression darkened. Brat, you do have some ability. No wonder you dare to say such big words. He was invincible in Shuzhou district, and he had never met a worthy opponent. However, he did not expect that he would meet someone of the same age here who could block his sword. This made him feel very shocked. Not only can I block your sword, but I can also deal with you casually. I advise you to surrender immediately. Otherwise, when I get angry, even I am afraid. At that time, when the situation is out of control, you will lose face. Xia Ping reminded him out of goodwill. Arrogant, I want to see how you can deal with me casually. Mu Banqing coldly snorted, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. His attack was like lightning, and an even more terrifying sword chi erupted from his body. Green Emperor Swordsmanship, First Style, Pride of Sharpness. With a slash, a green sword light appeared, like a green sun. It was dazzling, and it almost drowned a radius of a few hundred meters. This was a sword that looked down on everyone. This sword technique looks good, but I don't know if it's just for show. Xia Ping punched repeatedly, and a sky full of fist prints appeared in midair, blasting towards Mu Banqing. Every punch was like an ancient ferocious beast, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. The sound waves rolled, almost shattering the eardrums of the nearby examinees. Even the air condensed, surging like waves. Bang! 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 The fist and the sword chi collided, like a volcanic eruption, blasting out a huge deep pit. Sand and stones flew, and along the way, huge rocks were turned into powder. Deep ravines were formed on the ground, and sand and dust billowed, flying all over the sky. The surrounding examinees were so scared that they peed their pants. If they were to encounter such aftershocks, they would be seriously injured on the spot. They all retreated 1 or 2 kilometers, not daring to get involved in the battle between the two. Roddy and the others were dumbfounded. When they fought before, this kid was not so terrifying, which meant that this guy was completely playing with them before, and he did not use his real strength at all. If he really used his real strength, they would have been beaten to death. This guy is too abnormal. Wu Tong and the others were also shocked. This was also the first time they saw Xia Ping use his full strength. It was simply incredible that he could fight with the famous Mu Banqing to such an extent. One should know that Mu Banqing was a peerless genius, an expert in the fifth heaven of the martial artist realm. Be it strength or genuine chi, they were above this kid, and the gap should be huge. See if I'm useless or not. Mu Banqing was completely infuriated by Xia Ping's words. His whole body surged with violent sword chi, and the sword light was like lightning, almost tearing his clothes. Chapter 274. Mu Banqing displayed an even more terrifying sword move. With a slash, he exuded an aura of supremacy. Countless sword chi slashed out, covering the sky and covering the earth, intending to execute the enemy who disobeyed the emperor. Such a sword technique had reached the acme of perfection. It completely displayed the essence of the King Realm sword technique and produced an unparalleled momentum. The examinees in the distance trembled. They could feel that they were not facing Mu Banqing, but a peerless sword sage. In the face of such power, they could not match it at all. It was simply like looking up at a high mountain. Kill! A terrible murderous aura surged out of Xia Ping's body. His momentum was like that of a lion king in the forest, shaking the heavens and the earth. He struck out with both hands, as if he was a bloodthirsty shark from the deep sea. His hands turned into shark teeth, incomparably sharp. True chi vibrated, choosing to devour people. The surroundings were filled with blood-red murderous aura. Sand and stones flew, making people feel a bone-piercing chill. The sixth move of the myriad beast's fist, Blood Shark Devour. This attack was a simulation of the attack of the deep-sea mad shark. With one attack, it devoured the heavens and the earth. No matter how fierce the prey was, it would instantly die under the sharp shark's mouth. In mid-air, it was as if a deep-sea mad shark had flown out. The surrounding air turned into water, making a crashing sound. In an instant, it pounced towards Mu Banqing, opening its ferocious mouth. Bang! 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 Endless sword chi suddenly blasted into the mouth of the deep-sea mad shark, but it was swallowed in one gulp. It was as if it was a delicious food. It can't be. He can even withstand this move. Is this kid a freak? Audi and the others were shocked. They knew Mu Banqing's strength best. Ordinary martial artists could not even withstand one move. Even geniuses could not withstand the second move. One move was enough to tear the enemy into pieces. But now, this kid had easily received it and even devoured the sword chi cleanly. And Mu Banqing was even more shocked. He knew his own strength. Even if it was another expert in the fifth heaven of the martial artist realm, facing this move, they could only close their eyes and wait for death. But this kid was obviously only in the third heaven of the martial artist realm, but he could actually withstand it so easily. If he advanced to the fifth heaven of the martial artist realm, no, even if he only advanced to the fourth heaven, his strength would increase greatly. Wouldn't he be no match for this kid? Such a result was unacceptable to the invincible Mu Banqing. Bang bang bang. Both sides collided again, fighting in midair. Fists and swords collided, creating intense sparks. It was as if terrifying air currents were colliding, creating bursts of explosions. Every collision was like the rumbling of a war drum, shaking one's eardrums to the point where one's eardrums were on the verge of shattering, and huge craters appeared on the ground. Everything within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers was the battlefield of the two of them. Everything within a radius of a few kilometers had been razed to the ground. It was as if two super tanks were running over each other, and the boulders were crushed into powder. Too terrifying. These two are simply monsters. As expected of Mu Banqing. His sword technique is extraordinary, and he's the absolute number one in the King Realm for being able to cultivate a King Realm sword technique to such an extent. We can't catch up to him no matter how hard we try. Although Mu Banqing is powerful, this Xiaoping is truly powerful. Every punch and kick is like a weapon, and he's not at a disadvantage when fighting against Mu Banqing who's wielding a sword. Moreover, this kid is only at the third heaven of the martial artist realm. If he advanced to the fifth heaven, his realm would be the same as Mu Banqing's. With that kind of strength, who would be his match? Damn it, I really can't accept this. Why is this scum so powerful? God is so unfair. Why doesn't God send down a bolt of lightning and strike this shameless bastard to death? Seeing such a scene, Rodi and the others were shocked by the strength of both sides. However, they were all furious and unwilling to accept Xia Ping's tyrannical strength. Jiang Yaru and the others were also shocked. Even though they had been by Xia Ping's side for a long time and had always overestimated his strength, they didn't expect that they would still underestimate him. If he really used his full strength, this guy was simply a ferocious beast, so powerful that it was completely unreasonable. Go to hell! Mu Banqing roared angrily and slashed out with his sword. The true qi in his body was circulated to the extreme, and even the skin on the surface of his body was bleeding, as if it was being cut by the tyrannical true qi. The third form of the Green Emperor sword technique, Death of All. As the sword slashed out, it was like tens of thousands of swords were attacking at the same time. Sword qi came crashing down like raindrops, covering the mountains and plains, densely packed together. Every single sword qi was indestructible, and it was enough to shatter huge boulders. He's going all out. Big Brother Mu is finally going all out. Go all out my ass. Do you even know how to talk? That's a killing move. Right, right, right. That's a killing move. I was wrong. But he actually managed to force Big Brother Mu to use the third form of the Green Emperor sword technique. Even if this kid fails, it's still worth celebrating. Even Big Brother Mu hasn't completely mastered this move. But once he uses it, even 100 people will not be a match for him. They will be easily slaughtered. This guy is dead for sure. Countless sword qi is coming at him. He has nowhere to run. This is one of the supreme mysteries of the sword Tao. It is invincible and invincible. Rodi and the others stared at it, not daring to relax at all. When the sword was unleashed, it was like a huge mountain pressing down on them. It was like the birth of a sword emperor, and all things in the world had to submit to it. Those who disobeyed could all die. Just a trace of its aura was enough to cause cracks to appear on the ground. Some small rocks were even shaken into dust, and the ground rumbled. Xia Ping also felt the terrifying power of the sword. If he cultivated it to the highest level, it would probably have the power to destroy the world. It was fierce and overbearing, and there was nowhere to run. It was like an emperor who wanted to chase his enemies to the ends of the earth. But he didn't want to hide, and there was no need to. The countless mysteries of the myriad beast's fist flowed in his heart, and each form flowed out. Violent ape hammer, lion's roar, bear splitting palm, bull strike, snake twisting whip, blood shark devour. Ancient beasts appeared in his heart, and countless beastly roars sounded in the depths of his mind. So far, he had used a total of 6 forms. This fist technique's power doubled every 3 forms. The later the move was, the more terrifying its power would be, and the more Zhen Qi it would consume. His fists were like shadows, and he used each form of the fist technique. His feet used the Kuan Ping steps, and he was like a shadow following the body. Countless figures appeared in the field. This was the performance of extreme speed. Boom! At this moment, countless figures gathered together, and transformed into a figure. Xia Ping stood in the same place, and his aura rose to the highest point. Even his clothes were torn. Bang! He took a step forward, and a terrifying deep pit immediately appeared on the ground. Cracks that looked like spider webs appeared, and cracking sounds could be heard. The rocks on the ground were all shattered by this aura. Chapter 275. Roar. Xia Ping stood on the ground like a wild elephant, and his footsteps caused the ground to crack. His fist turned into a giant axe with the power of an ancient wild elephant. All the muscles in his body bulged, and a tyrannical and unparalleled power burst out. This move was at least several times more powerful than the previous moves. With a punch, the surrounding air was pushed away, forming a strong wind. It was extremely terrifying, and no enemy could stop it. Bang! 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 This tyrannical fist energy was like a giant axe, cleaving everything in its path. It was as if an ancient deity had the power of an elephant, cleaving apart Mount Buzhou. It was invincible, and Mu Banqing's sword energy was instantly shattered. What? Mu Banqing was shocked. His sword qi was invincible, condensed into a substance, and could even easily cut steel. But now, it was shattered by a punch from his opponent. It was simply unbelievable. Dong! The giant axe fist struck, and like a wild elephant, it fiercely hit Mu Banqing's body. In an instant, Mu Banqing's whole body was shaken, and even the long sword in his hand was shaken so much that it fell to the ground. Ah! Mu Banqing couldn't control his body at all. He flew backward for hundreds of meters, and finally smashed into a rock that weighed hundreds of tons. With a crack, a human-shaped pit was immediately smashed, and gravel flew everywhere. Even the ground was shaken, and there were terrifying cracks that extended for hundreds of meters. The scene was shocking. With a puff, Mu Banqing couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, he was seriously injured by this punch. He was very shocked. He was an expert in the 5th heaven of the martial artist realm, and he had used his strongest sword, but it was so easily defeated by his opponent. How on earth did such a tyrannical power come from? Even though he was from a king family, he couldn't understand this situation. Brother Mu. Seeing this, Rodi and the others exclaimed. Seeing that the situation was critical, they actually wanted to rush up to help. This was the first time they saw Mu Banqing being beaten so miserably. You are courting death. Xia Ping ignored the fallen Mu Banqing and immediately rushed toward the group of candidates. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, his fists and kicks were peerless weapons, and they had the power of a wild elephant. Bang! Bang! From time to time, there would be crisp sounds as the examinees were sent flying by punches and kicks, screaming in agony. In just a few minutes, over 100 examinees had been beaten black and blue, falling to the ground and piling up into a pile. Rodi and the others were extremely aggrieved and wailed in grief. Their injuries had not even healed yet, and now they were being beaten up again, adding injuries to their injuries. Finally, Xia Ping stood in front of these people and looked down at them. Do you submit? Submit my ass. The group of examinees snorted coldly. They were completely unconvinced. They still dare to be so stubborn. Teach them a lesson. Without waiting for Xia Ping to speak, the number one lackey, Feng Hetong, jumped out and led a group of people forward. They punched and kicked, causing these people's noses and faces to swell. The group of people screamed again and again. They didn't even have the strength to talk back. All of you don't know the difference between life and death. You actually dare to bring your troops here to provoke us. Do you all know your own worth? They simply don't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. For trash like you, no matter how many come, my big brother will take care of them all. Feng Hetong spoke arrogantly. Rodi and the others were so angry that they bared their teeth. Shameless fatty, what are you showing off here for? It's not like you're the powerful one. Don't you have any shame? Big brother, it seems like these people are still unconvinced. Why don't we beat them up again? The fire thorn lizard earlier wasn't satisfying enough. Feng Hetong clenched his fists and cracked them, his expression malevolent. Stop! At this moment, Mu Banqing struggled and was extremely angry. You guys are too much. Don't you have any empathy when dealing with injured people like this? It's fine if you beat them up once, but how many more times do you want to beat them up? You better know when to stop. Too much. So what if it's too much? If you're not convinced, then come and fight me. Xia Ping stepped forward and smashed his fist over, landing right on Mu Banqing's left eye socket, causing a panda eye to appear. Xia Ping mercilessly smashed Mu Banqing to the ground. Damn it! Mu Banqing was infuriated and was going crazy. With a bang, Xia Ping punched him again. This time, he hit Mu Banqing's right eye socket symmetrically, causing a pair of panda eyes to appear. Now your face is perfect. It's also very pleasing to the eye. Very cute. Xia Ping looked at Mu Banqing's face, very satisfied with his masterpiece. Cute my ass. Mu Banqing was going crazy. His lungs were on the verge of exploding. If it weren't for the fact that he'd lost the ability to fight and had used up all his true energy, he would have long since fought to the death. Just what do you want? We were in the wrong just now. We brought a bunch of people to cause trouble for you, but we admit defeat. How can you let us go? If you want to extort money, I can give it to you. But don't go too far. Mu Banqing was extremely sullen, but right now, he had no choice but to lower his head. Let you go. Xia Ping rubbed his chin and stared at Mu Banqing. It's not impossible, but you have to agree to be my little brother. He suddenly felt that it was too boring to just extort money. If he could take Mu Banqing as his little brother, it would definitely arouse the anger of the King family, which would be a huge shame for them. At that time, wouldn't they hate him a lot? This was much better than extorting money. What? Not only Mu Banqing, but even Roddy and the others looked at Xia Ping as if they were looking at a madman. Did this kid know what he was talking about? He wanted to take Mu Banqing as his little brother. What a joke! Who was Mu Banqing? He was the direct descendant of the Mu family of Longyuan City in Shuzhou district. It used to be a king family with great power. Many people in the family held important positions in the government. It could be said that if a person from the Mu family sneezed, the Shuzhou district would be shocked. They also had a say in the federal government, and there were few who dared to provoke them. Although Roddy and the others were arrogant, they did not dare to provoke them. In addition, Mu Banqing was also a peerless genius. At the age of 18, he was already a master at the 5th level of the martial artist realm. He was known as a future king realm powerhouse. He was even accepted as an official member of the Aurora Corporation, one of the 3 giants of Yanhuang Star. Such a person, this kid actually wanted Mu Banqing to be his little brother. Was this kid crazy? If this matter were to spread, not only the Mu family of Longyuan City would be furious, but even the Aurora Corporation, one of the three giants, would also be furious. Wasn't this a clear slap in the face? Which family or force would be able to endure such humiliation? You are crazy. You want me, Mu Bancheng, to be your little brother? You are simply daydreaming. Mu Bancheng shouted angrily and glared at Xia Ping. He was determined not to be Xia Ping's little brother. If he really became this bastard's little brother, then not only would he lose face, but even the face of his Mu family would be lost. Chapter 276. If you don't want to, then forget it. Xia Ping was not a person who liked to force people. As the saying goes, a melon that is forcefully twisted is not sweet. He waved his hand and ordered Feng Hatang and the others, throw Roddy and the others into the cave and feed those firethorn lizards. What? Hearing this, Mu Bancheng was stunned. This bastard actually dared to do such a thing. Throwing Roddy and the others into the cave, wasn't that asking them to die? If they fell into the hands of those firethorn lizards, they would be lucky to have only their bones left. Shameless Xia Ping, it's fine if you threaten Mu Bancheng, but why do you have to implicate the innocent? Bring disaster to the fish pond, this is bringing disaster to the fish pond. Help, big brother Mu, help me, I'm still young and a virgin, I don't want to die. I don't want to be fed to the firethorn lizards, save us, big brother Mu. Hearing these words and seeing Feng Hatang and the others coming over with ferocious expressions, like loyal lackeys, Roddy and the others' faces turned green, and they all shouted. Right now, they truly felt that their lives were in danger. If these people really threw them into the nest of the firethorn lizards, they would definitely die. Having seen Xia Ping's ferocity, they didn't think it was a joke. Even Su Yuntian, a direct descendant of the Su family, was killed. What else could he not do? Xia Ping, you're too despicable. Mu Bancheng gritted his teeth and was extremely angry. Since he couldn't threaten him, he actually grabbed his companions to threaten him. This was simply unscrupulous. He had never seen such a despicable person in his life. He was simply scum. What did you say? I don't understand. You also know that I'm an ignorant and incompetent person. I'm not very good at language. Xia Ping pretended not to understand the language of Yanhuang Star. At this time, Feng Hatang and the others began to take action. They grabbed the candidates one by one, as if they were carrying a large bag of non-combustible garbage, and wanted to walk towards the cave. Stop immediately. Seeing this, Mu Bancheng suddenly became anxious and quickly said, I'll be your little brother, okay? I admit it, let them go immediately. What did you say? Xia Ping blinked his pure eyes and looked at Mu Bancheng. Mu Bancheng felt wronged in his heart. He was also a smart man. How could he not understand the boy's words? He gritted his teeth and said, Big brother, I beg you to let them go. Little brother, you're treating me like an outsider. This is your little brother's little brother, so he's my little brother too. We're all on the same side. Why are you still talking about such things? Really? Xia Ping patted Mu Bancheng's shoulder. Treat me as an outsider, my ass. Mu Bancheng bared his teeth and felt like he was going crazy. Just now, he didn't know who was so cruel as to throw people in to feed the firethorn lizards. Was there such a person on his side? At this time, Feng Hatang and the others also stopped. They placed the captured candidates on the ground, not tossing them into the cavern. This caused Mu Bancheng to heave a sigh of relief. I was a bit heavy-handed just now and beat you guys up. It's not a big deal, right? Xia Ping asked kindly. It would be strange if it wasn't a big deal. Mu Bancheng clenched his fists and looked at Xia Ping with disdain. However, he didn't dare to show it. He revealed a hypocritical expression and said, No. We were indeed in the wrong earlier. We actually dared to offend Big Brother. Big Brother beat us up like that to teach us a lesson. What about you guys? What do you guys think? What dissatisfaction do you have with me? Feel free to speak. Xia Ping looked at Luo Di and the others, acting like a big brother. He was very democratic. Speak freely, my ass. Luo Di and the others cursed in their hearts. If they really spoke freely, they would be the #1 idiots in the world. They might even be thrown into the cavern to feed the fire thorn lizards again. No matter how stupid they were, they wouldn't believe this bastard's words. No, no, no. We were indeed a bit impolite earlier. You brought a group of people here and your attitude was very arrogant. After being taught a lesson by Big Brother, we learned some manners. Isn't that so? What the teacher didn't teach us before, now I've been taught by Big Brother. It feels like I've been enlightened. I feel like I've been reborn. It feels good. This is the so-called listening to a gentleman's words is better than reading 10 years of books. If we had met Big Brother Xia Ping earlier, I'm afraid our lives would have been different. But it's not too late now. Luo Di and the others were all very hypocritical, saying words that made them want to vomit. This. Jiang Yaru and the others were speechless. They couldn't imagine such a scene. A group of young masters from Yan Huang Star's aristocratic families actually lined up to flatter Xia Ping. Not to mention that they had never seen such a scene in their lives, they had never even thought about it. Is this bastard finally going to extend his evil palm to the entire Yan Huang Star? Feng Hetong admired him. Big Brother is indeed Big Brother. No matter where he goes, he is awe-inspiring. He subdued this group of young masters from aristocratic families and no one dared to provoke him. It seems that you guys still have a bit of understanding. You are indeed elites. My hard work in teaching you guys was not in vain. Xia Ping was very satisfied with such an attitude. How about this, each of you pay another 500 million, and you can go back and rest. What? We still have to pay? Mu Bancheng and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. At this point, this bastard is still asking for money. What? You don't want to pay? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous light. This money is some gifts for you underlings to pay to your big brother. This is a very normal thing. What's wrong with it? Although he accepted these people as his underlings, the money couldn't be less. He wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it's just 500 million. It's a small matter. To be filial to my big brother, 500 million is nothing. 1 billion is also a small matter. We will pay immediately. Luo Di and the others nodded one by one, not daring to refute, but in their hearts, they were cursing this vampire. He was simply shameless to the extreme. There were 120 people here. If each of them paid 500 million, then it would be 60 billion, which was simply an unimaginable wealth. Luo Di and the others were even more aggrieved. They had just been extorted 500 million before, and now they were extorted 500 million again. In total, it would be 1 billion, but they couldn't refuse to pay. If they hadn't brought people to seek revenge, this wouldn't have happened. But who would have thought that this kid was so fierce that even Mu Bancheng was not his opponent, and in the end, he was defeated again. Wu Tong and the others were also stunned. They thought that they had suffered heavy losses, but these guys' losses were even more miserable. When they go back, they will definitely vomit blood. Chapter 277. After signing the contract, Mu Bancheng and the others quickly slipped away. They were afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would be extorted by this shameless Xia Ping. At that time, even if they were extorted to the bone, they wouldn't let it go. It was better to leave as soon as possible and cut off this bastard's thoughts. Xia Ping and the others didn't stay either. They all majestically returned to the palace hall of the ruined city. This hall was vast and could easily accommodate 1,000 people. At this time, the sky darkened and the temperature dropped rapidly. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers floated down. What are you doing? Chu Rong curiously looked at Xia Ping's movements. This guy was rummaging through the kitchen of a nearby house. He seemed to have found a pot made from some unknown material and set it up with some firewood. I'm cooking something to eat. Xia Ping took out 5 or 6 firethorn lizard eggs and water from the bottle tree. He put them all in the pot and took out 2 fiery red stones. These stones were a specialty of the wild sand ruins. They were called fire stones. As long as 2 stones collided with each other and rubbed against each other, they would immediately emit red flames. With a bang, he immediately set the wood under the pot on fire. Cooking something to eat? What is this? Where did you find it? Jiang Yaru also looked over. She saw that the 5 or 6 eggs in the black wok were very strange. Their surfaces were covered with strange red patterns. They looked very extraordinary, as if they were the eggs of some powerful monster. They seemed to contain an abundance of energy. Hee, this is what I found in the firethorn lizard cave. It should be a firethorn lizard egg. It's very nutritious. After cooking, it'll definitely be delicious. Xia Ping said happily. Half an hour later, the water was completely boiling. The 5 or 6 eggs in the pot were cooked and immediately emitted an enchanting fragrance. The fragrance even wafted through the air. What was even more shocking was that the patterns on the cooked firethorn lizard eggs seemed to have come to life. They even burst out with a dazzling red light. It was incomparably strange. These eggs can actually glow. Jiang Yaru and the others were dumbfounded. They had never seen a monster egg that could glow. It was easy to imagine how unusual these eggs were. When Nangong Wu saw this, her face immediately changed. She stared at Xia Ping. Where did you find this kind of egg? Her expression was extremely nervous. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She didn't see the origin of this egg before, but now she finally saw it. It was in the depths of the cave. There were a dozen firethorn lizards that tried to stop me, but I killed them all. Xia Ping said casually. It's over, it's over. We're completely finished. Nangong Wu looked as if the sky had collapsed. If I'm not wrong, this is the egg of the Firethorn Lizard King. Otherwise, how could there be so many Firethorn Lizard guards? Firethorn Lizard King's egg? Xia Ping blinked his eyes. So what if it's its egg? Is it poisonous? Poison my ass. Nangong Wu was exasperated. This isn't as simple as poison. Now we've inadvertently entered the nest of the Firethorn Lizard King, snatched away its descendants, and roasted them as snacks. What would the Firethorn Lizard King think when he learns of this? Furious, he will definitely be furious. If it was an ordinary Firethorn Lizard egg, it wouldn't matter, but this was the egg of the Firethorn Lizard King. If it ate its descendants, it would definitely turn the world upside down. Xia Ping touched his chin. But when I entered the cave, why didn't I see the Firethorn Lizard King? It might have gone to other places to fight. Nangong Wu said in a deep voice. In the violent sand ruins, the Firethorn lizards are also divided into many groups. Each group has a king, and they kill each other and fight for territory. We were lucky today. We just happened to run into the Firethorn Lizard King. If we hadn't run into it, we would be finished. Do you know? Although a Firethorn lizard is not very powerful, the Firethorn Lizard King has the strength of at least the 6th layer of the martial warrior realm. It is definitely not inferior to any martial artist. In fact, such a Firethorn Lizard King must have ruled over tens of thousands of Firethorn lizards. If such a monster is enraged, then it will be like a large army pressing down on the border, and it will definitely come to settle the score with you. Don't even think of escaping. The Firethorn lizard is very sensitive to smell. Even hundreds of kilometers away, it can find the enemy. It can be said that as long as you are targeted by a Firethorn lizard, you will definitely die. If the Firethorn Lizard King returns and finds out about this, it will definitely chase us to the ends of the earth. She pointed out the seriousness of this matter. Well, why don't we send this egg back and apologize to it at the same time? Feng Hatong was so scared that his face turned green, and his whole body trembled. With tens of thousands of firethorn lizards coming for them, and such a terrifying monster like the Firethorn Lizard King, wouldn't they be dead for sure? What's the use of apologizing now? Can it understand human language? Nangong Wu said unhappily. And it's already too late. The egg has already been roasted by you. If we send it back, it will only be angrier and think that you are provoking it. Wasn't that right? If they sent a roasted egg back, the Firethorn Lizard King would probably go crazy if it saw this situation. It's over, it's over. We're completely screwed. Feng Hatang lay paralyzed on the ground, a miserable expression on his face. They had just found food, which would allow them to safely survive in the wild sand ruins for a month. But who would have thought that such an accident would suddenly occur? Being targeted by a horde of monsters, how could they still have a life? Jiang Yaru and Chu Rong both glared at Xia Ping. It was all this bastard glutton's fault. Did he think that he could eat anything? He'd gotten himself into big trouble while he was eating. Don't worry, we still have helpers. Doesn't my little brother Mu Bancheng have many subordinates? When the time comes, we can ask him for help. He'll definitely be more than happy to help us deal with the Firethorn Lizard King. Xia Ping waved his hand, not caring about this matter at all. When he had been chatting with Mu Bancheng and his men, he had discovered that they had also found a city ruins near the Blackstone Mountains. It was huge, and quite a few examinees had gathered there. Right now, only a small portion of them had come out to hunt firethorn lizards. There were at least 1,000 people living in that city ruins. If they could ask Mu Bancheng and his men for help, they might be able to deal with the Firethorn Lizard King. Ask Mu Bancheng for help. The corners of Nangong Wu and the others' mouths twitched. Right now, Mu Bancheng wanted nothing more than to kill you. How could he possibly be willing to help you? It was already good enough that he didn't kick you when you were down. Don't worry, just leave this matter to me. As long as we kill that Firethorn Lizard King, there won't be any problems. Right now, let's hurry up and eat the Firethorn Lizard egg. It's already cooked, and it won't taste good when it's cold. Xia Ping called out. If you want to eat it yourself, Nangong Wu snapped. Only an idiot would eat a Firethorn Lizard egg. Once they ate it, they would be contaminated with the Firethorn Lizard's aura. It could be said that when the time came, they would definitely become the Firethorn Lizard King's target, and would be hunted down crazily. Whoever ate it would be unlucky. Chapter 278. After eating 5 or 6 Firethorn Lizard eggs, Xia Ping immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. He felt as if there was a fire burning in his stomach. Majestic energy gushed out and flowed through his meridians. Rumble bursts of red light burst out from his pores, illuminating the entire house. A red flame burned on the surface of Xia Ping's body, as if it wanted to roast Xia Ping. However, the flame seemed to be just an illusion. His clothes were not burned, and he was still fine. Amazing, how can this Firethorn Lizard egg be so amazing? Why does it feel like Big Brother ate a divine pill? Feng Hatang was dumbfounded. This scene was too shocking. It's normal. Nangong Wu said in a deep voice, the Firethorn Lizard itself is a rare beast of heaven and earth. To be able to survive on Yanhuang planet for billions of years without going extinct, the energy they contain is amazing. Just a piece of their meat is enough to support our activities for a day, and it can even improve our cultivation. And this egg is the egg of the Firethorn Lizard King. The energy contained in it is even more terrifying. It is definitely 10 times or even dozens of times more powerful than ordinary Firethorn Lizard meat. It is equivalent to 100-year treasure medicine. Jiang Yaru and Chu Rong were also very shocked. However, they were still unwilling to eat it because it was simply a hot potato. If they ate it, they would become the Firethorn Lizard's mortal enemy. Who would dare to mess around? Just like this, the night passed quickly. Xia Ping sat cross-legged on the ground. The blood in his body was boiling like lava. The majestic medicinal power surged, and his true qi increased crazily. when the true chi in 3 acupoints reached the limit. With a bang, the 4th aperture was immediately broken, and a large amount of true chi rushed in, creating a crashing sound like a surging river. Kacha! Immediately, the place where he was sitting was shaken by the tyrannical momentum, and a huge pit appeared. Cracks appeared like a spider web, and even the whole room was on the verge of collapse. Success! I have finally advanced to the 4th heavenly layer of the fighter realm. Xia Ping clenched his fists and felt the powerful strength in his body. The majestic true chi surged through his meridians and acupoints. He felt that the strength in his body was more than twice as strong as before. Even the amount of true chi was twice as strong. It was completely different from before. This was a qualitative improvement. It could be said that the current him could easily defeat 3 or 4 of his previous selves. So that's how it is. No wonder those who have opened 3 acupoints are only considered beginner martial artists. Those who have opened 4 acupoints are considered intermediate martial artists. This feeling is indeed different from before. Xia Ping closed his eyes. He could feel that after opening the 4th acupoint, the original 3 acupoints had actually formed a triangular true energy circulation, growing and multiplying endlessly. It was precisely because of such a cycle that the 4th heaven of the martial warrior realm not only had twice the amount of vital energy compared to the 3rd heaven, but even the speed at which the vital energy was recovered was also more than twice as fast. This was a huge gap. The 3rd revolution medicinal power has also been completely refined. Xia Ping could feel the Jinqi within his body increasing at a crazy rate. A large amount of the medicinal power within his body was being refined to form a majestic Jinqi, which then flowed into his 4th insight acupoint. This 9 revolutions essence-enhancing pill was simply a divine pill of the present age. It was the best auxiliary pill. Although it didn't have the power to make a cultivator break through immediately, it won in terms of endurance. Just this conversion of medicinal energy was enough to save him several years of cultivation. Once he fills up the 4th acupoint with Jinqi, he could attempt to open up the 5th acupoint and advance to Fighter 5 Dan. Big brother, you've broken through. Feng Hatong, who was originally sleeping soundly, also felt this astonishing aura and immediately woke up. He stared at Xia Ping with his mouth agape. He felt that Xia Ping seemed to have become even more terrifying than before. Jiang Yaru, Chu Rong, and Nangong Wu also woke up. They also knew that Xia Ping must have had a huge breakthrough. They reckoned that he had broken through to Fighter 4 Dan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such an astonishing aura. This is too abnormal. Jiang Yaru couldn't help but say. He had clearly just been at Fighter 3 Dan not long ago, but after such a short period of time, he had broken through to Fighter 4 Dan. If this matter were to spread out, who knew how many people would be scared to death? Yes, I've indeed broken through. Even if I go find trouble with the Firethorn Lizard King now, I still have some confidence. However, I still need to go find Mu Banqing for help. With their help, our chances of success will definitely increase. Xia Ping's eyes flickered. According to Nangong Wu's calculations, the Firethorn Lizard King shouldn't take too long to go out on an expedition. It should be back this morning. Once it returned to its nest and found that its nest had been destroyed, and even its eggs had been stolen, it would definitely be enraged and send an army to suppress them. Bang! He grabbed the moon shooting bow beside him and placed it in his spatial ring. With a stomp of his feet, the ground collapsed, forming a huge crater. The ground trembled terrifyingly. With a swoosh, Xia Ping soared into the sky like a rock and ran into the distance. He knew that Mu Banqing and the others were 200 to 300 kilometers away from here, so he had to go at full speed. As for Jiang Yaru and the others, they stayed where they were and didn't follow. Without the others following him, Xia Ping could also display the greatest power of the Kunpeng steppes. He crossed the desert and flew over the mountains like a rock. His speed was like a super sports car. In an hour, he could reach 300 to 400 kilometers. If it was an ordinary martial artist, even if they had such a fast speed, they would only last for a few minutes before their true chi was completely exhausted. However, Xia Ping was different. He cultivated the pure yang immortal art. Under this kind of scorching sun, he was constantly circulating the art and devouring the sun's energy. It was as if his body was equipped with a perpetual motion machine that would never tire. Moreover, running at full speed like this was also a kind of cultivation. At this time, in the Blackstone Mountains, a group of firethorn lizards returned from afar. As if they were victors, they carried precious ores with excited expressions. These were their spoils of war, fire essence ores. If they could devour them, they would immediately evolve and become even more powerful. This was also one of the reasons why the firethorn lizards fought each other. And there was a firethorn lizard that was 10 times the size of an ordinary firethorn lizard. It was the size of a saber-toothed tiger, and it was surrounded by countless other firethorn lizards. This monster was obviously the firethorn lizard king, the absolute ruler of tens of thousands of firethorn lizards. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, the group of firethorn lizards entered the Blackstone Mountains through the caves. They quickly returned to their nest, intending to take a good rest and reduce their fatigue. But when the firethorn lizard king reached the depths of its nest, it saw that there was no one around. The guards around it had all disappeared, and even the 5 or 6 eggs in the depths of the cave had disappeared. Roar! Suddenly, the firethorn lizard king let out a furious roar. The sound waves shook the entire mountain, causing cracks to appear and large amounts of dirt to fall from above. Chapter 279. Above the desert. A figure rushed forward at full speed like a sports car. Sand and dust billowed, setting off a sandstorm that filled the sky. He was aggressive and nothing could stop him. Even under the scorching sun and the high temperature of 60 degrees, he was still running as if he was flying. This person was Xia Ping. Roar! Such an unscrupulous move also attracted the attention of a monster in the desert. With a bang, it jumped down from a huge rock in the distance and blocked in front of Xia Ping. With a bang, its feet stepped on the ground and immediately created 2 huge pits. It was 3 meters tall, covered with yellow hair and bulging muscles, like a bear. In fact, it was a bear. This was the tyrant of the desert, Sand Bear. It was a terrifying monster that specialized in eating desert rats. It was extremely strong and was not afraid of high temperatures. It liked to move alone, but it had terrifying destructive power. With one palm, even hundreds of tons of rocks could be smashed into pieces. Roar! When the sand bear saw that this creature dared to walk so unscrupulously in the desert and invade its territory, it was immediately furious. Its huge body pounced over, wanting to tear him apart. Get lost! Xia Ping didn't even look at it. He didn't even slow down his speed. The 4th style of myriad beast's fist, bull strike. His whole body was like a bull charging forward. His body surged with terrifying true chi, forming bull horns. This kind of power was more than several times more terrifying than before. Dong! Such a collision made a sound like morning bells and evening drums. The sand bear was caught off guard. It was as if it had been hit by a chariot that weighed more than 10 tons and was moving at 200 or 300 kilometers per hour. Puff! With just one strike, the 3-meter-tall sand bear was sent flying. The huge impact had smashed its lungs into pieces, and blood spurted out from the corner of its mouth, splattering all over the ground. With a bang, its body slid along the ground for dozens of meters and finally hit a huge rock. It finally stopped, but it was already dead. The huge rock also split into 2 halves from the middle. With a kacha-kacha sound, gravel rolled down. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. The sand bear was a terrifying monster. It was known as the tyrant of the desert. Even desert rats could only become its food. Even a 4th heaven of the martial artist realm expert could not withstand a single blow. But now that he was hit by Xia Ping, he died immediately. Even a car accident wouldn't be so tragic. However, this was the power that Xia Ping currently possessed. After advancing to the 4th heaven of the martial artist realm, he had opened up 4 acupoints. His genuine chi was more than twice as thick, and every move he made carried the power of a violent bear. This sand bear still dared to come forward to stop them. It was clearly courting death. By the way, I can't visit Mu Bancheng without a gift. Isn't this sand bear a good gift? Xia Ping rubbed his chin. When he saw the sand bear that was killed by him, he suddenly had an idea. Paw! Immediately, he lifted the sand bear with one hand and walked quickly as if he was carrying an ordinary thing. He continued to move toward the city where Mu Bancheng was, almost without slowing down. At this time, there was a huge relic city. Its surrounding walls and even the houses were built of white stone. It was completely different from the relic city where Xiaping was. It could be called Baishir City. It looked extremely sacred and luxurious. Moreover, this city seemed to be very intact. At this time, in the palace hall, a group of people gathered. They were all candidates from the 9 continents, and the person leading them was Mu Bancheng. However, at this time, Mu Bancheng's injuries seemed to be almost healed. This was thanks to his strong physique, special martial arts, and some herbs found in the oasis, which allowed him to recover so quickly. As for the other candidates who were beaten by Xiaping and others, although they did not recover so quickly, they recovered 50% to 60%, which could be considered as barely recovering a little combat power. Brother Mu, let's go for revenge. A candidate shouted that Xiaping of Yangzhou district is too arrogant. He is simply a villain. He beat us up and extorted money. If we don't take revenge, others will think that we are soft persimmons that can be pinched at will. He was very unconvinced, whether it was being beaten up by Xiaping and others or being extorted 500 million federal coins. Yes, we don't need to be afraid of him at all. Although we are not a match for him in a one-on-one fight, we have many people. We can easily gather 1,000 people in this city. When the army comes, where can this brat run to? I guarantee that even his mother won't be able to recognize him. When have we ever suffered such a big loss? If we don't take revenge, we won't be able to swallow this. One by one, the candidates clamored, and the crowd was surging. Yesterday, only a part of the members went to the Blackstone Mountains. In fact, there were at least 1,000 candidates living in this relic city. As long as Mu Bancheng made a call, these people would definitely follow him. This was the influence of the king families, even if they were in decline. Hearing these words, Mu Bancheng was also very moved. In fact, he was also very unwilling to accept yesterday's fiasco. He was even forced to be a lackey by that shameless bastard. If this matter were to spread, what face would he, Mu Bancheng, have? Would his Mu family still be able to raise their heads? He would probably become the laughingstock of all the major families in the Shuzhou district. If he could gather the strength of everyone and teach that shameless Xiaping a lesson, he would definitely be able to regain his face. Report. Suddenly, an examinee was burning with anxiety. He ran in from outside, panting as if he was being chased by some monster. His whole body was sweating profusely. What's the matter? Seeing this examinee appear in the hall, a group of people also looked over. They all recognized this examinee as the guard outside, responsible for guarding the surroundings. Brother Mu, there is a terrifying person outside. He is carrying a sand bear and barged in as if he was walking on flat ground. Our brothers can't stop him at all. The examinee shouted, his face revealing an incomparably terrified expression. What? Everyone was shocked. The sand bear was the tyrant of the desert. It had tyrannical strength. Ordinary people in the fourth heaven of the martial artist realm were not a match for the sand bear. But now, someone had actually slaughtered this bear and was even carrying this violent bear as if he was flying. Along the way, he had easily defeated their guards. This kind of combat strength was simply terrifying to the point of being a complete mess. Before they could figure out what was going on, a gust of wind blew and a huge black shadow descended from the sky. Boom! A bear smashed into the ground of the palace hall, creating a huge pit in an instant. The rocks on the ground made kacha-kacha sounds, and dense cracks appeared. The entire palace shook. Even this strong wind blew 5 or 6 examinees away, smashing them hard against the wall. Who is it? All the examinees, including Mu Bancheng, looked outside the door and saw a figure walking in step by step. Every footstep seemed to be stepping on their heartbeats. It exuded an unusual oppressive aura. Xia Ping. Chapter 280. When the people in the palace saw Xia Ping appear, their faces became strange. Just now, they were still discussing how to deal with this kid. They didn't expect this guy to come directly to their door, which was far beyond their expectations. Xia Ping, what are you doing here? Mu Bancheng immediately looked at Xia Ping vigilantly, and his whole body was tense. When he felt Xia Ping's aura, his face suddenly changed. What's going on? Your aura is completely different from before. It's more than twice as strong. Have you been promoted to the 4th heaven of the martial warrior realm? He soon discovered that Xia Ping was completely different from before, and he seemed to have become stronger. I was lucky, I had a little inspiration last night and broke through. Xia Ping said with a smile. This freak. Roddy and the others were dumbfounded. Breaking through with just a little bit of insight, clearing the 4th acupoint and advancing to the 4th level of the fighter realm. Then, how would people like them, who had worked hard and consumed countless elixirs to achieve a breakthrough, feel? Even if it's a blow to people, it can't be like this. How can someone break through so casually? It's simply unreasonable. The group of people were so jealous that their intestines turned green. Relying on your breakthrough and becoming stronger, you want to come here to make trouble for us? Mu Bancheng gritted his teeth, thinking that this guy wanted to extort them again. To tell you the truth, we have a lot of people. Even if you want to extort us again, we will never give in. Yes, hurry back to your own nest, you are not welcome here. A group of examinees shouted loudly, but all of them were very guilty. He was already so strong before breaking through. Now that he has broken through to the 4th heaven of the martial warrior realm, isn't he going to go against the natural order? No one present is a match for this murderer. Everyone misunderstood, I'm not here to make trouble for you. Xia Ping waved his hand, indicating that he had no malicious intent. Mu Bancheng's eyes flickered. If you're not here to make trouble for us, then what are you doing here? To apologize. Xia Ping looked up to the sky and sighed. Last night, I thought about it and almost didn't sleep. I felt that what I did was really inappropriate and unethical. After all, we are all from Yanhuang planet. Maybe we will all be students of Yanhuang University in the future. We are all classmates. Yesterday afternoon, I actually treated you like this. I feel guilty. As a matter of fact, I brought a sand bear here early this morning as a gift of apology. I hope everyone doesn't mind and forgive my mistake yesterday. What? Hearing these words, the group of people was dumbfounded. Some people dug their ears, wondering if they had heard wrongly or if they were in some kind of illusion and dreaming. Yesterday, this kid was so arrogant. He was simply like a devil incarnate, beating them up viciously and extorting money from each of them. He didn't look like he had a conscience at all. But when he woke up early in the morning, his conscience suddenly awoke. He even ran to them and said that he wanted to apologize. Who would believe such a thing if he said it? They weren't fools. They didn't believe what others said. People could change, but not so much. Did they really think that a prodigal son could turn back after sleeping? Did they really think that they were fools? Tell me honestly, what are you plotting by coming here? Mu Bancheng stared at Xia Ping vigilantly and did not relax his tense nerves at all. I really don't have any schemes. To be honest, I came here alone. What can I do to you guys? After all, there are so many of you. A mouthful of saliva from each of you is enough to drown me. Xia Ping revealed a sincere expression. If I really have a motive, it would be to bury the hatchet with everyone and build a harmonious society together. Fuck. The group of people was stunned. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that this lawless villain would say such words. He was clearly a devil who often committed crimes and even dared to kill a descendant of an aristocratic family like Su Yuntian. Now, he actually dared to say that he wanted to build a harmonious society. He really had the cheek to say such words. Mu Bancheng was also a little dumbfounded. I understand. I guess this guy really wants to apologize to us. An examinee suddenly came to a realization. Everyone, think about it. This kid is a little arrogant, but he's not stupid. In the wild sand ruins, he was tyrannical and committed all sorts of crimes. After leaving, can he still do the same? Moreover, all of us are descendants of aristocratic families in planet Yanhuang. Even if this kid is from the giant company, it doesn't mean that he's invincible and can ignore everything. If all of us join forces and wait for the exam to end, won't this kid be in big trouble? He revealed a look as if he had already seen through Xiaoping. It was quite similar to the ancient Zhuge. That's right. Why didn't I think of this? Someone beside him also came to a realization. So that's how it is. No wonder this kid's attitude changed so much in just one night. It turns out that he knows how powerful we are. This kid must have slept for a night and finally calmed down. He finally knows what kind of people he has offended. How dare he offend people with power and influence like us? Isn't he courting death? A mouthful of saliva from each of us is enough to drown him. So, early in the morning, this brat ran over, travel-worn, and even brought a sand bear over, just to apologize, and even wanted to bury the hatchet. Bury my ass. He thinks that just by bringing a bear over, he can bury the hatchet. What a wishful thinking. He beat us up so badly and even extorted so much money from us. How can a single bear solve this problem? He's too delusional. Everyone suddenly understood why Xiaoping's attitude changed so quickly. It turned out that this kid understood the consequences of offending so many of them. That's right. After all, the exam was just an exam. After the exam, there was still life and reality. This kid must have thought of this point, which was why his attitude changed so much. However, there were also some people who were sneering in disdain. If they didn't take this opportunity to teach this bastard a lesson, they wouldn't be human. Mu Bancheng still had a trace of doubt. Did this kid really come to apologize to them? Could he be plotting something? He still couldn't dispel the doubt in his heart. Don't worry. This time, I came to apologize to everyone sincerely. If you have any conditions, just say them. If they are reasonable, I will do my best to agree. Xiaoping patted his chest and made a promise. Shameless guy. At this time, he was still putting on an act. It would be strange if they proposed reasonable conditions. They had to propose unreasonable conditions. Only then would they be able to teach this bastard a lesson and make things difficult for this kid. Only then would they be able to vent the anger in their hearts. The group of examinees looked at Xiaoping in disdain. All sorts of plans to make things difficult for Xiaoping appeared in their hearts. Bang! Chapter 281. What's wrong? What happened this time? Why are you always so flustered? Don't you have the spirit to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you? Seeing another candidate barge in, Roddy shouted unhappily. He was just thinking of all kinds of plans to make things difficult for Xiaoping. At such an important moment, someone actually dared to disturb him. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? The group of candidates also glared angrily at the person who had just barged in. This had angered everyone. However, the panting candidate didn't care about this. He shouted with all his might, "Big Brother Mu, it's over, it's over. We're completely finished. There's a large group of fire-thorn lizards outside. There are at least tens of thousands of them, and they've surrounded us so tightly that not even a drop of water can pass through. Even the fire-thorn lizard king is here." These words were practically roared out with his voice, and his voice was hoarse. What? Hearing these words, the examinees present were all dumbfounded. Because this news was truly too shocking, causing them to be unable to react. What exactly is going on? The first to react was Mu Bancheng. He immediately stared at the candidate and said, "This is a relic city. There used to be tyrannical creatures living here, and they often hunted the monsters in this space. Over time, these monsters have left behind the genes of fear. So even though countless years have passed and no one has lived here, no monsters still dare to come close. But you said that a group of firethorn lizards surrounded this city. What exactly is going on?" If the firethorn lizards hadn't been completely enraged, causing them to forget the fear in their hearts, this definitely wouldn't have happened. Everyone stared at this examinee. I also don't know what exactly happened." The candidate also shook his head vigorously. "Previously, I was on guard around the city as usual, but suddenly, I saw dust rolling in the distance, and the ground was shaking. It was a large group of firethorn lizards running over, covering the sky and earth. They were aggressive like a tide." He also didn't know what exactly had happened. Mu Bancheng and the others were also very helpless because there were still many unsolved mysteries in the relic space. Even if something had happened, they weren't very clear. Perhaps the group of firethorn lizards had gone crazy and taken some kind of medicine. Or perhaps something had appeared in this relic city that attracted the firethorn lizards' interest. In short, they were unable to find out why the firethorn lizards had come over in a short period of time. However, one thing was certain, they were in danger. Thinking of this, Mu Bancheng and the others paled. They were surrounded by tens of thousands of firethorn lizards, and one of them was even a firethorn lizard king. Such a force was enough to annihilate them several times over. Moreover, it was almost impossible to escape. Outside the ruins of the city was a desolate desert with a large number of desert rats and other tyrannical monsters. Leaving this place would only lead to death. Right now, they were caught in a pincer attack from both the front and the back. It was almost impossible for them to survive. About that. At that moment, Xia Ping said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Seeing that you're so busy, there's no need to send me off. Take this sand bear as a gift from me. Let's meet again if there's a chance." He looked as if he wanted to run away right now. "Stop!" Seeing Xia Ping's actions, Rodi and the others shouted. Their eyes were wide open, and their lungs were about to explode from anger. This brat wanted to run, and when he saw that the situation was bad, he wanted to slip away. Just now, he was here apologizing to them, and his attitude was extremely humble, like a grandson. But now, seeing that they were in danger, surrounded by a group of firethorn lizards, on the brink of death, this brat wanted to escape and live. There was no way. "Well, you guys don't have to keep me. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. Let's meet again in the future, if there's a chance." Xia Ping blinked his eyes and yawned. Meet again in the future? Hearing this, the group of examinees were fuming with anger. Surrounded by tens of thousands of firethorn lizards, how could they have a future? After a while, they would most likely be eaten alive by these monsters, and not even their bones would be left. This bastard must have thought that they were dead for sure in this situation, so he hurriedly ran away. He didn't even say a polite word, clearly treating them as dead people. There's no need to be in such a hurry to leave. Didn't you want to catch up with us? We have a lot of time now. An examinee stood out and stopped Xia Ping, blocking his path of retreat. That's right, there's no need to be in such a hurry to leave. After we kill these firethorn lizards, we'll make a firethorn lizard feast for Brother Xia. I guarantee that it'll be incomparably delicious. That's right, this is an incomparably rare opportunity. I hope Brother Xia can seize it. Moreover, didn't Brother Xia intend to resolve the grudge between us and bury the hatchet? This is an extremely good opportunity. That's right, if we miss this opportunity, we won't have this shop anymore. The examinees shouted. No matter what, they had to pull this fellow onto their battleship. They definitely couldn't let this shameless bastard escape. Although this fellow was a little despicable, he was a tyrannical character that could defeat Mu Bancheng. If such an expert joined them, their chances of survival would increase. Just let this brat sneak away and live alone. Did he really think they were fools? Even if they died, they had to make this bastard stay. They definitely couldn't let him escape. Well, resolving the grudge is a small matter. Actually, I'm not in a hurry. Everyone, don't worry. Xia Ping indicated that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Brother Xia, I'll tell you the truth. It's impossible for you to escape alone. If you dare to run, we'll fight you to the death. Audi smiled insincerely at Xia Ping. It's better for you to stay and fight together with us to deal with the firethorn lizards. The examinees stared at him with incomparable savagery, their wills extremely firm. That's right, you can stay. Mu Banqing also spoke. If you deal with the firethorn lizards with us, after this matter is over, the grudge between us will be resolved. Even if we leave the wild sand ruins, we won't find trouble with you. That's right, stay with us to deal with the firethorn lizards. No matter what the outcome is, if you can stand on the same boat as us, then we're all brothers. If you don't take this chance to resolve the grudge, when will you do so? If you dare to run, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The examinees all spoke up, expressing that if Xia Ping could stay with them to deal with the firethorn lizards, they could bury the hatchet. If he dared to run, they would fight it out with this bastard. Even if they died, they would drag him down with them. Hearing these words, Xia Ping stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked up to the sky and sighed. We've already spoken to this extent. If I don't go to hell, who will? There's no other choice. I'll fight it out with you guys and kill these sons of bitches. Even if I die, I'll be a good man 18 years later. He revealed a fierce expression and agreed to stay with Mu Banqing to tide through the difficulties together. Chapter 282. Good job. As expected of Brother Xia, you're full of vigor. If I don't go to hell, who will? With Brother Xia here, what do we have to fear? Let's fight it out with the firethorn lizards and show those bastards the strength of us humans. Hearing that Xia Ping had decided to stay and not run, Roddy and the others all cheered. With a powerful helper like Xia Ping here, their chances of victory were much higher. Immediately, the examinees looked at Xia Ping with much friendlier expressions. At the very least, they were not as hostile as before. In front of a powerful enemy like the firethorn lizards, any grudges could be temporarily set aside. I have a suggestion. Xia Ping immediately said, to catch bandits, first catch the king. Although these firethorn lizards are powerful and numerous, if their king dies, they will naturally lose their leader. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. They will no longer have the strength to unite them. So if we want to live, we can only kill the firethorn lizard king. His tone was resolute. Only by killing the firethorn lizard king would the group of firethorn lizards stop chasing him. If the firethorn lizard king did not die, the group of firethorn lizards would not stop. But the others did not know the inside story. When they heard this, their eyes all brightened. Amazing, as expected of Brother Xia. Truly a crafty old fox, immediately seeing the crux of the matter. As long as we carry out the decapitation strategy and kill the firethorn lizard king, then the group of firethorn lizards will naturally flee. Too smart. Brother Xia is truly a man of great deeds. His wisdom is unparalleled. We never thought of this. Everyone sincerely praised. Just now, they all thought that they had fallen into a situation of certain death. But hearing Xia Ping's words, they also saw a hope of victory. They could not help but admire this fellow's craftiness and cunning. He could often see things that others could not. You're too polite. This is all for survival. It's not worth mentioning. Xia Ping cupped his hands, a humble expression on his face. But to kill the firethorn lizard king among tens of thousands of firethorn lizards is not so simple. But you don't need to worry. I will do my best to support you from behind. I will take the opportunity to kill a large number of firethorn lizards, sharing the pressure and relieving you of any worries. He patted his chest, indicating that Mu Bansheng and the others could rest assured. Full support? Rodi and the others looked at Xia Ping with disdain. They instantly saw through this bastard's shameless intentions. He said that he was supporting them from behind. His words sounded nice, but in fact, he wanted to quickly escape when the situation was not good. If they really let this brat support them from the back, he might stab them in the back at any time. Only a fool would let this fellow stay in the back. There's no need. Brother Xia is so strong. It would be a waste of his talent to stay behind and provide support. Isn't that right? As the saying goes, good steel should be used on the blade's edge. The mission to kill the Firethorn Lizard King is none other than Brother Xia. That's right, that's right. Leave a small matter like supporting the rear to us. Using Brother Xia is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Rodi and the others shouted. That's right. As long as Big Brother and I attack together and deal with the Firethorn Lizard King, I believe that killing that monster won't be difficult. Mu Bansheng smiled at Xia Ping. Now that they were facing a great enemy, any grudges could be set aside. In order to make this bastard willing to deal with the Firethorn Lizard King, even if he had to call him Big Brother, that was nothing. So it's like that. Since little brother has said so, then I have no reason to refuse. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back. Alright, then I agree to deal with the Firethorn Lizard King together and take its head. He revealed a fierce expression. Alright, let's go. Those Firethorn lizards should be here by now. Mu Bansheng immediately said, not giving Xia Ping any time to refuse. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he said that, a group of people immediately walked out of the palace. One by one, they jumped onto the roofs of the houses and looked into the distance. They immediately saw a dense horde of Firethorn lizards rushing over from afar. They were like locusts, entering the ruins of the city and running along the abandoned houses. Their imposing manner was astonishing, and the entire ground shook. And above this horde of Firethorn lizards, a huge figure appeared. Its body was like a fierce tiger, and it actually had a pair of huge wings on its back. Its wings gently flapped, immediately creating a terrifying airflow that stopped it in midair. Its body was covered with terrifying scales, and its entire body was a fiery red. It was surrounded by dense red lines, and a pair of red eyes looked down. It was like a legendary demon that ruled over tens of thousands of subordinates. This was the Firethorn Lizard King. Amazing, this is the Firethorn Lizard King. It's really terrifying. It has the strength of at least the sixth heaven of the martial artist realm. It actually has wings. Isn't this like adding wings to a tiger? Not only that, the defense of its scales is amazing. Probably even ordinary sniper bullets can't penetrate it. It's not at the same level as the other Firethorn lizards. This is a king. Many of the candidates discussed animatedly, and they all saw the horror in the depths of each other's eyes. It was estimated that this Firethorn Lizard King alone was enough to kill more than half of them. Not to mention, there were tens of thousands of Firethorn lizards. Such a force was enough to destroy everything. Go! Mu Bansheng ordered. If this continued, they would be scared out of their wits. They simply did not have the courage to fight against these monsters. They had to attack before they were scared out of their wits. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hearing the order, the thousands of examinees gathered in the surroundings spread out, advancing in all directions, clashing with these Firethorn lizards and killing each other. Xia Ping and Mu Bansheng also advanced. Their mission was to deal with the Firethorn Lizard King. The others were responsible for restraining the Firethorn lizards one by one and eliminating these Firethorn lizard guards. They were like rabbits, jumping between the abandoned houses, and very soon, they were only 1 kilometer away from the Firethorn Lizard King. Roar! The Firethorn Lizard King also sensed the danger. Its crimson eyes were filled with anger. It also smelled the scent of the hateful human who had stolen its offspring, which made it even more furious. With a boom, in midair, it attacked with its claws, immediately forming a terrifying gust of wind. Every gust of wind was like a metal cutter, containing terrifying power. Separated by a kilometer, the gust of wind blasted over. Xia Ping and Mu Banqing instantly dodged to the side, but the surrounding buildings were attacked by the gust of wind. Bang bang bang! One by one, the stone houses were easily cut in half. Gravel flew in all directions, and there were even more than a dozen cracks that were hundreds of meters long. Kacha kacha, kacha sounds rang out and smoke billowed. The scene was very shocking. If one's body was hit by this gust of wind, they would definitely be torn apart and die without a complete corpse. Chapter 283. Bang! 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 The fire-thorn lizard king was extremely violent. Its wings and claws were terrifying weapons. With a gentle flap of its metallic wings, a terrifying gale swept through the world. It was like a tornado, sweeping in all directions. Every gale was like a cutting machine. Anyone who dared to approach it would be instantly cut into pieces. The nearby buildings were destroyed by the gale, and a large number of stones were smashed into pieces. Even the ground had countless terrifying cracks that extended for 2 to 3 kilometers. Damn it, I can't even get close to its body. Mu Banqing's expression was extremely ugly. If he couldn't get close to the fire-thorn lizard king, then he wouldn't be able to kill it. After a while, the tens of thousands of fire-thorn lizard king's subordinates would spread over, and it would be enough to kill all the candidates in the ruins. By then, it would be too late for them to escape. If close-range attacks don't work, then long-range attacks. Xia Ping's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a whoosh, he immediately took out the moon-shooting bow from his spatial ring and knocked an arrow. Immediately, a biting cold murderous aura spread out, filling a radius of 1 kilometer with Xia Ping's terrifying murderous aura. What kind of bow is that? Mu Banqing was also shocked. He didn't know when Xia Ping had obtained such a bow, but based on his experience, he could tell that this longbow was not simple. It was not an ordinary item. Xia Ping ignored Mu Banqing's surprise. He stood on the roof of a house, looking like the ancient Hou, his body emitting a biting cold murderous aura. Although he didn't know much about archery, he knew about hidden weapons. He had also learned the world's top hidden weapon cultivation method, the head-piercing 7 arrows art. For a top-notch hidden weapon cultivation method, any weapon could be used. This was what it meant to comprehend by analogy. If one was enlightened, then all would be enlightened. The innate chi in his body revolved crazily, and his body seemed to be surrounded by a ball of golden flame, which was transmitted to the treasured bow. The patterns on the bow trembled and buzzed, as if triggering the mysterious power of the treasured bow. Immediately, the bow itself seemed to transmit a powerful true chi, which enveloped the entire body. The tip of the bow was covered with tyrannical true chi, forming a spiral shape that contained a destructive power. Whoosh! At this moment, Xia Ping shot out the first move of the head-piercing 7 arrows, piercing heart and bone. Under the grip of such a treasured bow, the speed of the arrow was simply terrifying. It had already surpassed the speed of sound, and as it tore through the air, it produced a sharp piercing sound. Even from a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers, it was enough to make one's eardrums hurt. The surrounding firethorn lizards seemed to be unable to withstand such sound waves and fell to the ground one after another, bleeding from their orifices. The firethorn lizard king was shocked. It also felt the fatal danger from the arrow. It immediately wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It was only a kilometer away from Xia Ping. With the arrow traveling at supersonic speed, it didn't have much time to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the arrow arrived. Bang! Immediately, the fire-thorn lizard king's body was pierced by the arrow, piercing through its hard scales. Blood sprayed everywhere as the arrow pierced through its abdomen, causing it to shriek miserably. It frantically flapped its wings, creating a terrifying astral wind that shattered the ground. What's going on? Not dead yet? Xia Ping's eyes flashed as he stared at the Fire Thorn Lizard King. Although his arrow had seriously injured it, it wasn't dead yet. The Fire Thorn Lizard King's vitality is extremely tenacious. If you want to kill it, you have to pierce through its heart or chop off its head. Otherwise, you won't be able to kill it. Mu Banqing shouted. He didn't just stand there. Seeing that Xia Ping had seriously injured the Fire Thorn Lizard King, he also pounced forward. His feet walked in the air, as if he was treading on water. This was his Mu family's peerless lightness skill, solitary step. Mu Banqing slashed out with his long sword, exploding with a peerless sword chi that could destroy everything. It ruthlessly slashed at the Fire Thorn Lizard King's body. The sword and the scales collided, causing dazzling sparks to fly. Bang! The sword slashed onto the Fire Thorn Lizard King's body, shattering its scales and causing blood to spray everywhere. But when it wanted to continue cutting the Fire Thorn Lizard King in half, it found that it was blocked by its bones. Roar! The Fire Thorn Lizard King was unable to restrain its anger. It extended its sharp claws and ruthlessly slammed into Mu Banqing, sending him flying. He smashed through 5 or 6 buildings in succession, causing rubble and smoke to rise. Damn it, this monster's body is too hard. Mu Banqing struggled. Although that attack just now was extremely powerful, it still wasn't enough to kill him. He retreated again and again, leaving the Fire Thorn Lizard King's attack range. After suffering such a heavy injury, the Fire Thorn Lizard King was furious. It went berserk and chased after the culprit, Xia Ping. Its huge wings covered the sky, and it was extremely fast. But Xia Ping was still standing on the roof. He had entered a mysterious state. The treasured bow vibrated, and his spiritual power seeped into it, as if he had reached the state of being one with the bow. He felt that he was the bow and the arrow, and the bow and arrow were him. Even though the Fire Thorn Lizard King was crazily attacking him, he didn't feel any fear in his heart. Everything in the world was under his control. Boom! Xia Ping's eyes were calm, like a deep lake. There were no ripples at all. There was no wind, but with his body as the center, a wave formed. True Qi swept out, condensing into a solid substance, sweeping out like the waves of the sea. He knocked an arrow, and the true Qi in his body surged out like a great river. Even his spiritual power seeped into it, fusing with the moon shooting bow. This kind of power seemed to have reached an unimaginable level. Head-piercing 7 arrows art, lightless sun and moon. Xiao! At this moment, a bow and arrow were shot out. The entire world seemed to have lost its color, and even the bow and arrow itself seemed to have disappeared. Neither the surrounding examinees nor the Fire Thorn Lizard King discovered the existence of this bow and arrow. It seemed to have disappeared from the world in an instant. Not even a whistling sound could be heard. Bang! In the next second, the bow and arrow appeared in front of the Fire Thorn Lizard King. It couldn't react at all. A tyrannical penetrating force exploded, piercing through its hard skull, then rushed into its body, and then shot out from its tail. With a boom, its body exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere. A terrifying true Qi exploded from its body, like beautiful fireworks, sprinkling down from the sky. And the bow and arrow also shattered on the spot, turning into dust and disappearing from the world. The Fire Thorn Lizard King was dead. This. Chapter 284. What? What is this feeling? Xia Ping was also a little shocked because that arrow wasn't his original intention. It was just that he had entered a mysterious realm, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. It was a very strange feeling. But after shooting that arrow, that feeling disappeared. His heart was empty, and even half of his true Qi was used up. One could imagine how terrifying that move was. Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the power of the extreme realm. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Xia Ping was stunned. Extreme Realm. What is the power of the Extreme Realm? The so-called Extreme Realm is the transformation and sublimation of the mental energy. Warriors can merge their mental energy into everything in the world. The system said, once you reach this realm, you can inject your mental energy into a piece of white paper and instantly turn it into a sharp weapon that can cut steel. The so-called martial path masters are all people of this level. It is said that some powerful sword path masters reach the extreme realm and can use grass and trees as swords. Even leaves and flowers can injure people. Even the system can't inject such a martial path realm. The host can only comprehend it himself. What? Xia Ping's eyes flashed. Was that the power I comprehended just now? Originally, the power of mental energy was nothing, like brain waves. But when it reached the extreme, it could affect the physical world. It was extremely terrifying. Originally, you have to advance to the martial master realm to comprehend the power of the extreme realm. The system said, but the host borrowed the power of this treasure to temporarily step into this realm and obtain endless benefits. If the host completely grasps the power of the extreme realm, then you have the right to comprehend the power of the Tao realm. Once you comprehend the Tao realm, you can become one with nature and borrow the power of heaven and earth to be invincible. Moving mountains and draining seas is a piece of cake. The so-called King Realm powerhouses are like this. Xia Ping knew that the levels of cultivation were divided into entry, small success, great success, perfection, and so on. According to the system, the next level was the extreme realm and even the Tao realm. Such a realm was extremely mysterious and could only be comprehended by oneself. Even the system couldn't inject it. I didn't expect to comprehend the power of the extreme realm. Xia Ping couldn't help but clench his fists. If he had grasped this power before, he could kill the Fire Thorn Lizard King by himself. However, he did not expect that he would suddenly comprehend such power. He could only say that it was heaven's will. Rumble at that moment, the Firethorn Lizard King was killed. The other Firethorn Lizards were also aware of the situation, and immediately began to panic. Without the leadership of their king, they were like headless flies. They didn't know what to do. Wonderful! The Firethorn Lizard King is dead. It's dead! Counterattack! Immediately counterattack! Kill all of these Firethorn Lizards! A great opportunity! This is a great opportunity! Instantly, the group of examinees cried out in surprise. They were overjoyed and chased after the Firethorn Lizard in front of them. Without their king, the group of Firethorn Lizards lost their will to fight. They panicked and fled in all directions towards the outside of the city ruins. Roddy and the others were excited to the extreme. They chased after the Firethorn Lizards, killing 4,000 to 5,000 of them and leaving behind a large number of corpses. Only then did the battle come to an end. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Half an hour later, the group of people carried the corpses of the Firethorn Lizards back to the palace. Roddy and the others also gathered together, looking at Xia Ping with gratitude. Xia Ping used his internal force to force out a mouthful of blood, pretending that he had used a forbidden technique, causing his vitality to be greatly damaged. His face was pale and he looked like he was about to die. Big brother Xia, are you alright? Mu Banqing stepped forward and asked with concern. Xia Ping waved his hand and said casually, I'm fine. I just used a forbidden technique and lost some vitality. I only lost a dozen years of cultivation. I can recover it by eating tens of billions of tonics. What? Everyone was shocked. No one present doubted it because the power was too strong. It was not something that a fourth heaven of the martial artist realm could use. If it wasn't a forbidden technique, what could it be? Brother Xia, thank you so much. That's right. If you hadn't stepped forward and killed that Firethorn Lizard King, I don't know what would have happened to us. Although I don't want to admit it, if Brother Xia wasn't here, I reckon we would have all been wiped out. Previously, I thought that you were a bad guy who did all kinds of evil. But it seems that you are also a man with courage. Your humanity shines with brilliance. It is admirable. As for the money you extorted from us before, we don't want it. We will use it all to buy tonics for you. Don't damage your martial arts foundation and ruin your future. It's just a few $100 million. We can afford it. One by one, the examinees looked at Xiaoping gratefully. There was no longer any hostility from before. He didn't even want the money. After all, the price of using a forbidden technique was unknown. If it was serious, it might even damage his martial arts foundation and his future would be gone. In order to help them kill the Firethorn Lizard King, Xiaoping was actually willing to use a forbidden technique. This was equivalent to putting his own future on the line. What a sacrificial spirit! If it were them, even if they had such ability, they might not be willing to do it. No, no, no. This is all the credit of everyone. I just contributed a little. Xiaoping waved his hand and said humbly, actually, I am not as great as everyone thinks. Everything I did was to save my life. He looked up at the sky and sighed. That's right. They had fought so hard not for any other great reason. It was all to save their lives. Many of the examinees felt the same way and were extremely emotional. They admired Xiaoping even more. He didn't even ask for credit for such a great deed. What kind of character was this? Big brother Xia, I'm really useless. I was actually killed by that Firethorn Lizard King in one move. Mu Banqing also stood up, his face ashamed. Luckily you acted in time and killed the Firethorn Lizard King with one arrow. Otherwise, we would be in danger. Who knows how many people would have died. We have nothing to repay you with. Take all of this Firethorn Lizard meat. Just treat it as a small token of our appreciation. He pointed at the pile of Firethorn Lizard meat in front of him. No, no, no. These Firethorn Lizards were killed by everyone. It's not just my own effort. Xiaoping said righteously, my conscience will not be at ease if I take this Firethorn Lizard meat. How about this, I can take the meat of the Firethorn Lizard King. You can split the rest equally. This. Roddy and the others were stunned. They didn't think that this greedy Xiaoping would say such a thing. Alright, that's it. If you say any more, I'll get angry. This Firethorn Lizard King meat is mine, and the rest is yours. That's it. Xiaoping stopped these people from speaking. He took a large piece of Firethorn Lizard King meat and left with large strides, not even turning his head back. He looked at the pile of Firethorn Lizard meat and felt that it was a great pity. But he couldn't take it away by himself. He could only take the most precious Firethorn Lizard King meat, and he couldn't expose his spatial ring in front of so many people. Seeing Xiaoping's departing figure, some of the examinees were moved to tears. What a great person, what a noble person. Thousands of Firethorn Lizard meat, such a great fortune, and he actually said he didn't want it. Too touching, too generous. Isn't that so? Although he took away the most precious Firethorn Lizard King meat, and all the other Firethorn Lizard meat added together couldn't compare to it, that Firethorn Lizard King was killed by him. If he took it away, none of us could say anything. Originally, Big Brother Xia was dragged into this by us, and was forced to participate in this pursuit of the Firethorn Lizard King. But he didn't complain at all, and even repaid evil with kindness, even allowing himself to use a forbidden technique. He was seriously injured, and I don't even know if he can recover in the future. If this isn't noble and unquestionable integrity, then what is? Before, I misunderstood him as a greedy, lustful, despicable, and shameless beast. Now, it seems that he really has many flaws, but at the critical moment, he didn't drop the ball. He stepped forward bravely to protect everyone, disregarding his own safety, and even after it was over, he didn't ask for any favors. This kind of person can be called a hero. Compared to those hypocrites who usually pretend to be noble and righteous, only to run away at the critical moment, Big Brother Xia is the real good person. Although he cheated a bit of money from us, compared to our lives, money is nothing. If anyone still dares to criticize him or slander him, I'll fight them." The examinees were all moved to tears, and a warm feeling surged in their hearts. They looked at Xia Ping, who disappeared over the horizon, with incomparable admiration. They suddenly felt like they were looking up to a great mountain. "Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. In any case, we'll remember Big Brother Xia's kindness, and we'll repay it in the future." Mu Bancheng was also extremely moved. He waved his hand and said to everyone, "Yes." Chapter 285. After killing the Fire Lizard King, the fire lizards on the other side of the Blackstone Mountains scattered. It was estimated that they would not be able to choose a new king within a month. Therefore, Xia Ping was completely safe and did not have to worry about being chased by the Fire Lizard King. Moreover, they found a safe place to live in the ruined city, found a water source, and even got enough food. Xia Ping and the others did not have to worry about survival. As long as they did not continue to provoke the Fire Lizard tribe, they could spend a month safe and sound. Soon, a month of examination time passed. However, this month, Jiang Yaru, Nangong Wu, Chu Rong, and Feng Hetong did not waste their time. They constantly tempered their bodies and took the fire lizard meat to strengthen their bodies. They all advanced to the second layer of the martial warrior realm and became even stronger. Xia Ping also took the Fire Lizard King meat and received a large amount of energy. In addition, in such a unique environment, he also raised his cultivation to the peak of the fourth layer of the martial warrior realm. He was only one step away from opening the fifth aperture and advancing to the fifth layer. Beep 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 beep. One morning, Xia Ping and the others' phones rang at the same time. The Yanhuang University examination is over. Those who are still alive, immediately send a signal and we will send someone to welcome you. The exam is finally over. Feng Hetong and the others all cheered. They did not want to stay in such a cruel environment for a second. Now that it was finally over, they felt relieved. Is it over? It's time. Xia Ping smiled slightly. He subconsciously touched the space ring on his hand. He did not spend this month in vain. Before, he sneaked to the green bamboo again and picked the gemstone fruits that grew again. He got a total of 15. Such treasures were difficult to find in the outside world and were priceless. He also piled up 2,000 or 3,000 pieces of fire lizard meat in the storage space. They were all obtained from hunting the group of fire lizards. He wanted to take these precious monster meat back for his family to taste. After all, his parents were also martial artists and were also in their prime. If he ate more monster meat, he might be able to advance to the martial warrior realm and greatly extend his lifespan. Even if he couldn't advance, at least he would be free from disease and disaster. Congratulations to the host. This exam has gained a lot of hatred. Plus the hatred gained before, and minus the hatred gained from buying the space ring, the host now has a total of 245,363 hatred points left. The system's voice sounded. During the exam, the system had been turning off the sound of increasing hatred value. This was turned off according to Xia Ping's request. After all, if it rang all the time, it was estimated that he would have a nervous breakdown. After spending 200,000 hatred points, there are still more than 200,000 left. It seems that I've gotten a lot of hatred this time. Sure enough, if you offend a powerful person, the speed of increasing hatred is fast. Xia Ping thought happily. He had already begun to plan to use hatred to buy various treasures. Moreover, this was only the beginning. If news of the deaths of Su Yuntian, Su Yang, and the other disciples from the capital were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It was likely that the entire Su clan would be enraged, and their hatred would increase greatly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, 5 or 6 small spaceships flew over from the sky. Immediately, soldiers in black walked down from them. Xia Ping and the others also gathered in the palace. Congratulations on surviving and successfully becoming students of Yanhuang University. A black-robed warrior smiled and waved his hand. Come on up. The weather here is ridiculously hot. Feng Hetang and the others all cheered. Without any hesitation, they all boarded the small spaceship in front of them. Soon, the spaceship was filled with students. It immediately flew up and quickly arrived in the middle of a huge warship. This small spaceship immediately entered the belly of the super warship. At the same time, Xia Ping and the others also saw small spaceships returning from all directions. These spaceships were probably all over the wild sand ruins, one after another, picking up the surviving students. It's so cool. As soon as they entered the warship and came out of the small spaceship, Feng Hetang and the others immediately felt the cool breeze. Compared to the hellish heat outside, this super warship was simply heaven. Soon, under the guidance of the black-robed warrior, they came to the belly of the super warship. At this time, the examinees appeared in this place and were picked up by the warriors. At this time, a group of people came from afar, looking very aggressive. Mu Bancheng, Jiang Yaru, Chu Rong, Nangong Wu, Feng Hetang, and the others immediately looked at them with vigilance, thinking that these people were looking for trouble. After all, they clearly remembered that they had beaten up this group of people, and even extorted a lot of money from them. One could imagine how angry these people were right now. They were probably thinking of killing them. Wu Tong and the others were also very vigilant. If a conflict broke out on the warship, it would be no small matter. However, Xia Ping stepped forward and greeted him. He said loudly, "Little Mu. Big brother Xia." Mu Bancheng's face was full of smiles, like a spring breeze. "Hello, big brother Xia. Seeing that big brother Xia is safe and sound, we can rest assured. Who do you think big brother Xia is? He even killed the Fire Thorn Lizard King. Wouldn't passing this exam be a piece of cake?" "That's right, I was confused. I was too concerned." Congratulations on passing the exam, big brother. From now on, we are classmates of Yanhuang University. To be able to study together with big brother Xia is simply our honor. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. Roddy and the other examinees all greeted Xia Ping warmly, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Ha! It wasn't just Wu Tong and the others who were stunned. Even Jiang Yaru and the others who were most familiar with Xia Ping were stunned. They couldn't tell if this was an illusion or reality. They remembered that before, they had fought with their lives on the line, drawing their swords and fighting each other to the death. But what was going on now? Why were they acting as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years? They even called Little Mu, Big Brother Xia. Why did he have to care about his enemy? Were these people's brains flooded with water? What's going on with you guys? Don't pretend to be intimate here. Don't think that just because you're familiar with us, you won't have to pay us back. Feng Hetang immediately shouted. "TCH, damn fatty, what's money worth? It's our honor to be friends with Big Brother Xia. We'll go back tomorrow and transfer the money. Don't worry, it's all right." The examinees all shouted and patted their chests. Chapter 286. What's the big deal about money? Talking about money hurts relationships. Xia Ping immediately said and waved his hand. No, we still have to pay. That's right. Big brother Xia has done so much for us and almost died. What's a little money? That's right. Big brother, if you don't want money, that means you're not giving us face. We'll be angry with you. We'll transfer the money when we get back. It's very efficient. That's right. Big brother, remember to take more and buy some tonics. Don't be stingy. It'll be bad if you leave behind any hidden dangers. We have a lot of money, so don't be stingy for us. Hearing Xia Ping's words, the examinees all started shouting. What the hell? Jiang Yaru and the others were all dumbfounded. These guys were originally all victims who had been beaten up and extorted a few $100 million each. They should hate Xia Ping more than anything. But now, they all treated Xia Ping as if he was their father, giving him money with all their might. What was going on? What was going on? Was this the attitude of a victim? Did they have any ethics? It's hard to refuse such kindness. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Xia Ping cupped his hands, looking embarrassed. The corners of Jiang Yaru and the others' mouths twitched. They really wanted to hammer him. He was clearly a greedy fellow, yet he was still acting like he didn't care about money at all. They had never seen someone so shameless before. And what was wrong with these examinees? Even if they were stupid, there was a limit. They were so stupid that no one gave them a few $100 million, yet they still acted like they were taking advantage of something. Just what kind of drug did this bastard use? Wu Tong and the others all felt a sense of admiration for Xia Ping. What was a master? Just being strong didn't count. At most, it was just brute force. You sold people out, and they still helped you count the money. That was a true master. As expected of Big Brother. Amazing. I'm completely convinced. Although Feng Hetang didn't know what Xia Ping had done, it didn't stop him from prostrating himself in admiration. All right. At this time, the main examiner's voice sounded from inside the warship, resounding throughout the entire warship. Congratulations to all students for surviving. You have also obtained the qualifications to study at Yanhuang University. But this time, the survival rate is only 40%, which means that 60% of the students will not be able to withstand this test and die. As for those of you who are alive, you will have to shoulder the responsibility of those who have died and continue to contribute to humanity. Don't let those who died feel ashamed, or else they would have died in vain. His voice reverberated like thunder, drilling into everyone's ears, making their blood boil. Yes! The group of examinees shouted. All right, after a month of rigorous examinations, many of you have suffered serious injuries. The warship has also arranged a number of health pods. You can go and receive treatment. It's all free of charge, the chief examiner said in a deep voice. Many of the examinees were overjoyed. Although quite a few of them survived, the majority of them suffered from serious injuries. There were very, very few who were unscathed like Xia Ping. It would be best if they could provide him with treatment equipment. The duration of this treatment is 1 day, the chief examiner continued. After 1 day, you can go home, but you can only go home and rest for 3 days. After 3 days, you will immediately head to the World Island to study at Yanhuang University. What? Everyone was shocked. They had thought that after this examination, there would be 2 months of summer break to play and even rest. Who would have thought that only 3 days would be enough? You think it's not enough? The chief examiner sneered. What do you think Yanhuang University is? Although it is a school, it is fundamentally a large-scale training base. It is a military school. Once you enter Yanhuang University, you will no longer be civilians, but soldiers. They are fearless warriors who always stand at the front lines and fight against the strongest monsters. There is no time for you to play now. If anyone is not satisfied, that's fine too. Drop out immediately. His tone was very strict. Instantly, the group of people shut up, not daring to say anything. It was not easy for them to enter Yanhuang University after a narrow escape. None of them were stupid enough to drop out now. All right, bring these students into the health pods, the chief examiner ordered. He did not continue with the nonsense. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under the lead of the black-clothed warrior, Xia Ping and the others arrived at a densely packed room in the depths of the battleship. It was like a beehive, and there were high-grade nutrient cabins installed inside. Every examinee could sleep inside and absorb high-grade nutrient fluids to recover from their injuries. The health pods here were densely packed, at least hundreds of thousands of them, enough to accommodate all the candidates. Go in. Xia Ping also chose a health pod and lay down. Although he did not have any major injuries, he could also use this health pod to cultivate and enhance his body's vitality. At this time, the headquarters of the super warship. A group of officers gathered in this place, and the chief examiner was also here. Chief examiner, the information of all the surviving students has been verified, there is no omission. An officer saluted. He was responsible for processing the information of the students, registering their information and entering it into the federal system. Very good. The chief examiner nodded. Immediately send this list out, inform the Ministry of Education, major government departments, and the news media. Let them all know about this. Every year, the passing candidates of Yanhuang University are the most concerned about the entire Yanhuang planet. Not only the major martial arts organizations want to know, but even the government departments want to know. After all, these students who can be admitted to Yanhuang University are all human elites. Once they graduate, they will immediately become the backbone of major martial arts forces and be pursued by countless forces. One can imagine how important this list is. Yes, Chief Examiner, I will distribute it immediately. An officer nodded. He controlled the warship to leave the wild sand ruins, and then sent out the message to inform the major departments. At the same time, the major government departments and major martial arts forces immediately learned of this list, and one by one, they took action. Especially the news media, this is the biggest news hot spot of the year, equivalent to the Olympic Games on Earth, and people in countless cities will pay attention to it. This is especially true for some small cities. After all, the number of candidates who are admitted to Yanhuang University every year can be counted on one hand. It is completely incomparable to a super city like the capital. Anyone who appears can become a city hero. Chapter 287. At this time, many elders of the Su family of Huajin were gathered here. Even Su Zhong, the leader of the family, and Su En, the mayor of Huajin, were present. The atmosphere was very solemn. The results of the Yanhuang University exam are out? An elder of the Su family looked solemn. Su Yang's name is not on the list. Su Yintian's name is not even on the list. I don't want to believe it, but they are all dead. They didn't come out alive. But that Xia Ping is still alive, and even alive and kicking. As soon as this was said, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone looked extremely gloomy. Impossible. Hearing this, Su En flew into a rage. My son is dead, but that bastard Xia Ping is still alive? How is that possible? That can't be possible. With a bang, he punched the table in front of him and smashed it into pieces. The impact of the punch even created a huge pit in the ground. One could totally imagine how angry he was at this moment. One had to know that for the exam this time, he had taken out billions of life potions. His goal was to let his son pass Yanhuang University's exam and kill that scourge, Xia Ping. But that scourge was not dead. Instead, his son was dead. Even the genius of the Su family, Su Yintian, was dead. How could he accept this result? We have found out about this. An elder stood up, a cold glint in his eyes. Su Yang and Su Yintian were both killed by that little bastard Xia Ping. In front of so many Yangzhou students, he punched Su Yintian's head until it exploded. Su Yang begged for mercy, but he was also killed by that bastard. Even the sons of some of the big shots of Huajin who tried to stop that bastard were killed by him. He is extremely cruel and merciless. He is very arrogant. Murderous intent surged out of his body. Damn it! Su En, the mayor of Huajin City, shouted angrily, that bastard Xia Ping dared to do such a thing. He even dared to kill a member of the Su family. Does he want to die? Kill him. Send troops to kill him immediately. Don't let his parents go either. Kill his entire clan. How dare a trash commoner kill a member of the Su family? How can we tolerate this? If we don't take revenge for this matter, would there still be people who would put our Su family in their eyes? He had gone crazy, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, shaking the ground. Cracks immediately appeared on the ground, and rocks flew everywhere, causing the entire conference room to shake. Shut up! At this moment, an old man shouted angrily. His voice shook Suan like thunder. He was Su Zhong, the true leader of the Su family. He was a master realm expert and also Su An's father and Su Yintian's grandfather. Kill, kill, kill. They don't even think about it. Su Zhong had a malevolent expression on his face. That little bastard Xia Ping is a member of the giant company. It's said that the giant company values him a lot and he has already been recognized by a big shot. That big shot said that no one is allowed to touch him. He even sent a master realm expert to protect his parents. Our Su family can't do anything to him. Do you understand? If we touch him, we will incur the wrath of the giant corporation. Our Su family will be annihilated. Are you trying to kill us all? He stared at his son, Suan, with a very dissatisfied attitude. Yeah, that guy's backing is too strong. We can't do anything to him. Plus, this is Yanhuang University's exam. Life and death are up to the heavens. We can't interfere. We can't do anything even if we have witnesses and evidence. Even the government can't do anything about this. This is an exam. Everyone signed a life and death agreement before the exam. The elders of the Su family discussed among themselves. They were all very helpless. Although they were very angry and wanted to kill that bastard Xia Ping, they were still people with families. They couldn't act recklessly. The mayor of Huajing City, Suan, gritted his teeth. Father, are we just going to let this go? Are we going to watch that little bastard kill my son, Su Yang, and the future of the family, Su Yintian? I can't take this lying down. He was very unwilling. He clenched his fists and was extremely angry. It's not just you. I can't take this lying down either. The family leader, Su Zhong, laughed coldly. How can I let this go after he killed someone from the Su family? I, Su Zhong, am not the kind of person to take this lying down. That little bastard must pay the price. Father, do you have a plan? The mayor of Huajing City, Suan, asked immediately. The old man, Su Zhong, said coldly, soon, this kid will go to Yanhuang University and the Cloud Realm. On Yanhuang Planet, the laws are strict. With the giant company's protection, we can't do anything to him. If we do anything, the giant company will find out. It's very dangerous. But in the Cloud Realm, it's different. It's a new world, a lawless world. Even the giant company can't control that place. In that place, it's easy for us to kill him. Even the giant company doesn't know who did it. He was cruel and merciless, and his body was full of murderous intent. Are we just going to let his parents go like this? They gave birth to that little bastard. Those two are the culprits, and they must die. The mayor of Huajing City, Suan, roared. His face was red, and blue veins were bulging. Those two are just ordinary people. We can kill them easily. This is nothing, the old man, Su Zhong, said in a deep voice. Old man Su Zhong spoke in a low voice. Also, they have evolved adept realm martial artists protecting them. We won't be able to kill them. In fact, if we get close to them, we might be discovered by the giant company and incur their anger. So, we can't touch those two people for the time being. Do you understand? He looked at his son, Suan, with a warning look. But Suan was still very unwilling. The old man, Su Zhong, waved his hand. No buts. Even if we kill those two people who are not important, so what? Just to anger that little bastard? Are you stupid? What good will it do us to anger him? On the contrary, as long as we kill that little bastard Xia Ping, the giant company naturally has no reason to continue protecting those two ordinary people. At that time, we can capture those two people however we want, and we can torture them however we want. No one will dare to stop us. If you still don't understand this and still want to do things your own way, then I will cripple you." He stared at his son. As the head of the Su family, he shouldered the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Su family. No accidents were allowed to happen. If his son's stupidity provoked the giant company, he didn't mind killing Su and immediately. Anyway, he had many sons. One death was nothing. "Yes, yes, father." The mayor of Huajing City, Suan, shuddered. A chill spread through his body. He knew that his father was 100 times more ruthless than he was. If he really angered him, his ending would not be any better than death. "It's good that you know," Su Zhong said in a deep voice. "Don't beat the grass and scare the snake. Pretend that nothing happened. When the time is right, kill this Xia Ping and get rid of the scourge of the Su family." Chapter 288. Tianshui City, Jiangnan District Villa. Xia Chuanlu and Huang Lanxin walked out of the villa. They were planning to go shopping. Because today was a rest day, Xia Chuanlu didn't have to go to work. But just after leaving the Jiangnan District Villa, a group of people swarmed up outside, some holding microphones, some holding cameras, and some taking pictures. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Xia Chuanlu and Huang Lanxin were both stunned. They didn't know what was going on. Such a posture was like a reporter interviewing a superstar. It was extremely crazy. As ordinary people, they had never experienced such a scene. "Mr. Xia, what do you think about your son being admitted to Yanhuang University? It is said that your son Xia Ping was still mediocre in school before, but suddenly his grades improved by leaps and bounds in the last year. Is there any secret in his studies? Can you tell us? What kind of family education does a genius who can be admitted to Yanhuang University receive?" One by one, the reporters asked questions frantically, as if sharks had seen blood. "What? What did you say?" "My son was admitted to Yanhuang University." Xia Chuanlu and Huang Lanxin were both overjoyed. They didn't know about it yet. A reporter said, "Mr. Xia, didn't you see today's press conference? 6 people from Tianshui City were admitted to Yanhuang University this year, namely Nangong Wu, Chu Rong, Jiang Yaru, Feng Hetong, Qin Muyang, and Xia Ping. They flocked here because Xia Ping was the most popular topic. He was born in a civilian family and was unknown before, but later he made rapid progress. Not only did he become the champion of the Tianshui City High School fighting competition, but now he was admitted to Yanhuang University, pressing the geniuses of many big families in Tianshui City. Even he himself had a lot of scandals. If he didn't interview Xia Ping, who else would he interview? No way, my son is really admitted to Yanhuang University. He's worthy of being my son." Xia Chuanlu was proud. "Great." Huang Lanxin was also overjoyed. Before, she had been worried about whether Xia Ping would have any problems during the exam at Yanhuang University. Although Xia Ping repeatedly promised that he would be fine, she was still uneasy until she saw the results. Now she could finally rest assured. "Oh right, Mr. Xia, I wonder what kind of education Xia Ping received to be able to get into Yanhuang University. Can you share your experience with us?" Right now, the people of Tianshui City are very concerned about this. At this time, a reporter came forward and asked. At the same time, several middle-aged men carrying cameras followed behind him. They were doing a live broadcast. At this time, the audience in Tianshui City was very concerned about this. After all, Xia Ping was born as a commoner, and his family background was similar to that of an ordinary person. He did not take any precious pills, nor did he cultivate any powerful secret manuals, but he was actually able to surpass the disciples of aristocratic families. This was truly inconceivable, and many people wanted to know if Xia Chuanlu had any secret. If they knew a little bit, they might be able to do the same and let their children learn something. Therefore, when some TV stations saw this, they thought that interviewing Xia Chuanlu might bring a lot of viewership ratings, and a group of people immediately came to do a live broadcast. What education? Xia Chuanlu was a little confused by the question and said, I didn't do much education. It's mainly to take care of the sheep. He can learn whatever he wants to learn, and I don't care about it. After all, I usually play mahjong after work and suck up to the chief. Ahem, no, it should be because he was working overtime. He was very busy and didn't have time to care for his child. You know, life is so helpless. He looked up to the sky and sighed. Hasn't he undergone other special training, or hasn't he taken other secret elixirs? A reporter asked unwillingly. Xia Chuanlu said carelessly, if there's a reason, there's only one. My Xia family's genes are excellent. After 18 generations of mediocrity, we've finally exploded in this generation. This is what they mean by good preparation. He boasted with a straight face. Excellent genes. A group of people couldn't help but nod. He was born as a commoner and had no resources, but he had achieved such achievements. This could only be explained by excellent genes. This Xia Ping was definitely a genius, the kind of genetic mutation. Many people sighed with emotion. The Xia family was really lucky. After 18 generations of mediocrity, such a genius had actually appeared. It was really incredible. Mr. Xia, it is said that in addition to being a martial arts master, Xia Ping is also an erotic novelist. Some professors think that writing such a novel as a high school student is simply a manifestation of social corruption. If such a phenomenon is allowed to happen, I don't know how many young people will be led astray. This novel should be banned. A reporter from a literary magazine asked. Which son of a bitch said that? Do you have any common sense? Xia Chuanlu was suddenly dissatisfied. What's wrong with high school students writing some novels? What's wrong with them? Did they dig your family's ancestral grave or eat your rice? All of you don't know what you're talking about. In terms of influence, aren't those shameless action movies also extremely harmful? Why don't they be banned? Is there any reason? If you can't poop, are you going to blame Yanhuang's star for being too attractive? Teenagers are hot-tempered. It's normal to read something like this to vent your anger. Who hasn't read such novels when they were young? Who hasn't watched action movies when they were young? Some professors just eat all day and have nothing to do. I think they should be checked to see if there is any phenomenon of dereliction of duty or corruption. I guarantee that I will find out. I will shoot a few of them directly, and I guarantee that they are not wronged. His spittle flew everywhere. The reporter from the literary magazine was stunned and couldn't say anything at all. Mr. Xia, it is said that Xia Ping is only a high school student, but his emotional experience is very rich. There are even rumors that he has stepped on more than a dozen boats and made many high school girls pregnant. I don't know if it is true. An entertainment news reporter took the opportunity to ask. There is no such thing. I don't know where it came from. I'm not afraid of everyone laughing at me. My son is still a virgin, and he hasn't cut his penis yet. Xia Chuanlu said carelessly, by the way, speaking of this, I would also like to ask the audience for a marriage. If there are any beautiful daughters, feel free to introduce them to my son. My son's requirements are not very high. As long as he has fair skin and long legs. As for his profession, IQ, background, there are no special requirements. He just needs to reach the average level. Of course, there are career bonuses, and the score will be very high, such as nurses, doctors, teachers, models, flight attendants, etc. Register as soon as possible. First come, first served. Hearing these words, many reporters' mouths twitched. What kind of requirements are these? Can't you just say that you want a beautiful woman? You don't have to beat around the bush. Well, today's interview is over. We thank Mr. Xia for his speech. A reporter saw that Xia Chuanlu still wanted to continue to ask for a marriage for his son and quickly cut off the live broadcast. Chapter 289. The content of Xia Chuanliu's live TV broadcast was also spread on the internet, causing a group of netizens to be in an uproar. Holy shit, this guy really dares to say that Xia Ping is a virgin. Why didn't he say that the famous action actress Chen Meikong said that she was ass? Now, who doesn't know about Xia Ping's evil deeds? I don't know how many women he has harmed, but this bastard is still trying to whitewash Xia Ping. Xia Ping's father doesn't seem to be a good person either. Why shouldn't he be called Xia Sanlu? It's said that this guy is also an urban management officer. He often bullies men and women on the streets, drives away peddlers, and does all kinds of evil, causing public discontent to boil. No wonder Xia Ping is so hateful. It turns out that it's all hereditary. Such a bastard can actually marry a wife. It's really unreasonable. A handsome person like me is still single. It's strange that this guy's wife is actually a peddler on the street. How did the two of them get together? Rumor has it that it was Xia Chuanlu who bullied the common people and took her away with her stall. Motherfucker, how shameless. Isn't this an abuse of power? Xia Ping is so hateful. He learned it from his father and even carried it forward. A group of netizens cursed on the internet. They were all people who had enmity with Xia Ping. How could they stand Xia Ping being whitewashed like this? They were all unconvinced. However, this also caused the ratings of the TV program to rise steadily. The people of the TV station were immediately energized. They immediately sent reporters out to dig into Xia Ping's affairs. The first place to go was the neighborhood where Xia Ping originally lived. Although the Xia family no longer lived here, they had lived here for more than 10 years, and there were countless people who knew them. At this time, a lot of aunts and uncles had gathered in the neighborhood. They were surrounded by a group of news reporters. It's said that Xia Ping once lived in this neighborhood for more than 10 years. I wonder what kind of person Xia Ping was when he was a child. A reporter asked with a microphone. I know old nose. I've known that kid Xia Ping since he wore pants. Don't doubt my words. When I was young, I knew that this kid would grow up to be successful. After all, he has 2 brains. How could he not be smart? It is said that on the day this child was born, a star fell from the sky. That was the arrival of the Marshall Song star. It is certain that he will become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. He is a natural general. What I heard was that when Xia Ping was born, there was a colorful glow in the hospital ward. There were immortals blowing conches and beating drums. The scene was shocking and even the doctors were shocked. A group of aunties and uncles said mysteriously. The corners of the reporter's mouth twitched. According to these aunties and uncles, Xia Ping was simply born a monster, and no unparalleled genius could compare to him. Although it was nonsense, he could only force himself to listen. There were also reporters who went to interview Xia Ping's alma mater, Tianshui City 95th High School. At this time, at the entrance of Tianshui City's 95th High School, a huge red banner was immediately hung, allowing people to clearly see it from afar. It read, "Warm congratulations to our school's outstanding students Xia Ping and Jiang Yaru for being admitted to Yanhuang University." Some reporters immediately went to the school to interview the students of the 95th High School. Student, what do you think of Xia Ping's admission to Yanhuang University? A reporter immediately grabbed a tall student. This person was Xiong Badian. Originally, Xiong Badian didn't want to pay attention to this kind of thing at all, because after hearing that Xia Ping had successfully been admitted to Yanhuang University, his mood was very gloomy and very unhappy. Why didn't this guy die in the exam? Good people don't live long, but scourges last for 1,000 years. But in the face of the reporter's question, he had to answer. He said sullenly, "I am very happy that Xia Ping, the light of the school, was admitted to Yenhuang University. This is the honor of our school and the honor of us alumni. With such an example by my side, I feel that I will work harder in the future. He covered his conscience and spoke. It seems that Xiaoping is not only excellent in his grades, but also very loved in school. The reporter sighed. Loved my ass. Xiong Batian was mad and his face was very ugly. Who would love such a despicable and shameless bastard? Don't joke around, but he just roared in his heart and didn't dare to say it. Because he was warned by the principal that he must not speak ill of Xiaoping, which would affect the reputation of the school. At the same time, he was warned by his father, because Xiaoping was different from the past and must not be offended. There were also reporters who went to interview Xiaoping's classmates and stopped two students who wanted to sneak out of the classroom. These two people were none other than Gao Wan and Yang Wei. These two students, I don't know what you think about Xiaoping's admission to Yenhuang University. What kind of person is he in the classroom? Is he a role model for students? Is he very hardworking? A reporter asked curiously. Example my ass. Yang Wei and Gao Wan gnashed their teeth. This bastard would ask for a month's leave to go to Black Moon City before the college entrance examination. How could such a shameless person become a model for students? Don't joke, he has a share in being a negative example. But they didn't dare to say it because they were also warned by their families. Yes, Xiaoping is a very hard-working person at ordinary times. He studies hard every day and never slacks off. He has a good relationship with his classmates and gets along with them. He is a good student with excellent conduct and scholarship. My parents asked me to regard him as a good example to learn from. Yang Wei said this hypocritically, but behind his back, he clenched his fists. Xiaoping can be admitted to Yenhuang University, which is the honor of our school. As a classmate, we are also very happy, because this is very normal. Gao Wan also pretended to be full of smiles. It's a big joke if a person like Xiaoping, who is excellent in conduct and scholarship and works very hard, can't get into Yenhuang University. I don't think it's an accident, but a matter of course. God always favors hardworking people. Seeing Xiaoping's hardworking back, I feel a courage from the bottom of my heart. Other students also sighed. I had to say that the acting skills of these two people were first class. They hated Xiaoping the most, but now they pretend to be good friends with Xiaoping. Dear audience friends, did you hear that? The reporter turned around and said excitedly to the camera, it seems that Xiaoping is not only a genius, but also very hardworking, studying hard, becoming a model for many students, loved by the students of the school, and can be called a spiritual leader. It is said that there are many girls in the school who love Xiaoping, and they have formed a fan group. There are even boys who admire Xiaoping and form a huge organization. This is simply a charm that kills everything. I am also proud of such a martial arts genius in Tianshui City. Yang Wei and Gao Maru had the urge to vomit blood when they heard this. They wanted to rush up and immediately expose the true face of this hateful Xiaoping. They wanted to shout at the audience that this kid was not such a person at all. Everyone must not be deceived. Chapter 290. At this time, the villa in Jiangnan district. Xia Chuanlu and Huang Lanxin returned home again. Because there were too many reporters who wanted to interview them, it was difficult to go out even if they went out. They were surrounded by a group of people, so they had to go back and avoid the limelight. Ring ring at this moment, Xia Chuanliu's mobile phone rang. He subconsciously picked it up, and a virtual projection appeared in front of him. Mayor Qin. Xia Chuanlu was a little confused, because it was Tianshui City Mayor Qin Fei who called. He had no chance to get in touch with such a big shot. At most, he had seen it on TV. As for in reality, he had never seen it at all, let alone the other party calling him directly. Mr. Xia, congratulations on becoming the director of the Tianshui City Administration Bureau. Mayor Qin Fei smiled slightly. Director? Xia Chuanlu was so surprised that his jaw dropped and said, Mayor Qin, what's going on? What does the director mean? He expressed that his head was a little confused. You know, he is just a small urban management officer. He has been in office for more than 10 years and has not been promoted. There is no hope in this life, but now he suddenly became the director, jumping several levels in succession. Even driving a spaceship can't be so fast. This is the case. Because the original director of the City Administration Bureau was transferred to the Bureau of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry because of another appointment, the position of the director is vacant for the time being, so I recommended you. As a result, you were unanimously approved by the members. Congratulations. Mayor Qin Fei said to Xia Chuanlu with a smile. Transferred to the Bureau of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry? Xia Chuanlu's mouth twitched. What kind of place is the Bureau of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry? It's just a small yamen. Usually, there is nothing to do, and maybe occasionally go out to cut trees. Once transferred to that place, it will be completely over, and his political life will be completely over. The director of the City Administration Bureau was transferred to the Bureau of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry. It seems to be a flat transfer, and the rank is the same, but people with discerning eyes know that this is a demotion, and the purpose is to let Xia Chuanlu rise. By doing this, the big shots of Tianshui City are showing goodwill to Xia Ping. After all, Xia Ping was admitted to Yanhuang University and even became a member of the giant company. If he graduated from university, he would definitely be in a high position and have a bright future. If they didn't curry favor with him now, when would they? When Xia Ping became completely awesome, they probably wouldn't have a chance in the queue. After chatting for a while, Xia Chuanlu hung up the phone with Qin Fei. Until now, he was still in a daze. How did everything change? He actually became the bureau chief all of a sudden. Honey, you've become a bureau chief? Huang Lanxin also saw the scene just now and was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect that you have been working for more than 20 years, but you have been useless. You flatter the director every day, and he looks down on you. I didn't expect that you've finally made a name for yourself. You've even replaced that hateful director's position and received the mayor's appreciation. I think this has something to do with our son. Xia Chuanlu also understood that it was impossible for him to become the bureau chief based on his own abilities. It was all thanks to his son's good fortune of getting into Yanhuang University. Fuck, so what? The director is the director. Is he a fake? Huang Lanxin said with a smile. She didn't care who she relied on. In short, she would get the benefits first. That's right. Xia Chuanlu looked up to the sky and sighed, to think that I, Xia Chuanlu, have been low-key for so many years. Now I'm finally starting to be awesome. I want to see what those people who looked down on me before are thinking now. Do they still dare to show off in front of me? Wife, will immediately call and invite all relatives and friends, as well as leaders and subordinates to come over. We'll hold a banquet to celebrate our son's admission to Yanhuang University. I want everyone to see the power of Xia Chuanlu now. What's the difference between being rich and not showing off and being a salted fish? Okay, I'll also call and inform my sisters. Let's celebrate together. Huang Lanxin also nodded in agreement. If they didn't celebrate such a happy event, then what should they celebrate? A day later, a super warship arrived at Tianshui City Airport. Xia Ping and the others returned to Tianshui City again. They stayed in the wild sand ruins for a month. Now that they returned to the civilized world, it was like a lifetime ago. Finally back to Tianshui City, finally back to the civilized world. Chu Rong sighed. Nangong Wu and Jiang Yaru also nodded. Staying in the wild sand ruins for a month was like staying in a century. The environment there was simply not suitable for people to stay in. Big brother, my dad told me to hurry home. He said there's a banquet to celebrate my admission to Yanhuang University. I might have to leave first. Feng Hetong greeted Xia Ping. And then go back. Xia Ping nodded. He also knew why Feng Hetong was so anxious to go home. After all, they could only stay in Tianshui City for 3 days. After 3 days, they had to go to Yanhuang University to study. In the future, there would be very few opportunities to go home, so they must cherish these 2 or 3 days. Okay, then we'll see you in 3 days. Goodbye, see you at Yanhuang University. Jiang Yaru and the others also had relaxed expressions. They said goodbye to each other and left one after another. Xia Ping. Qin Muyang stared at Xia Ping and clenched his fist. I admit that I'm not as good as you right now, but entering university is the starting point. At that time, I will definitely surpass you. Just you wait. He was very unwilling. Whether it was in terms of being a person or doing things, he had been completely surpassed by Xia Ping in this Yanhuang University exam. Although he had also gone through a lot of hardships and finally survived this exam, the unwillingness in his heart still filled his heart. It was very torturous. It's useless. Just give up. It's impossible to surpass me. Xia Ping said. It took a lot of effort for you to survive the Yanhuang University exam. How can you surpass me? Continue to show off. Just you wait. Qin Muyang gritted his teeth and looked at this asshole who deserved a beating. After saying this, he also left. A super luxury car from the Qin family picked him up. But what the hell is going on? As soon as I came out, I got so much hate points. Xia Ping took a taxi home and looked at the system. He found that after a day of rest, he had an additional 300,000 hate points. Adding the hate points from before, he had a total of more than 500,000 hate points. This was a huge amount. So that's how it is. Just the Su family contributed 280,000 hate points. It seems that the Su family also knows that I killed Su Yang and Su Yuntian. Everyone hates me to the point of madness and wants to kill me. Xia Ping's eyes flickered. But what's with the 20,000 hate points? Why are they all people I don't know? I didn't provoke anyone. I just stayed in the battleship and rested. He was a little depressed. Chapter 291. Aya, isn't this by Jianren? At this moment, at the entrance of the villa, Xia Chuanlu saw a middle-aged man in gray clothes. He immediately went up to him and greeted him warmly, "You're my childhood friend. We've known each other since we were young. But 10 years ago, you borrowed me 100,000 federal coins and disappeared without a trace. I couldn't get in touch with you, and your family moved away. I thought you were dead." He looked at Bai Jianren with a smile. Back then, Bai Jianren, his best friend, lent him 100,000 federal coins. This was out of friendship, but he didn't expect this guy to do such a thing. After borrowing the money, he ran away, moved his home, and changed his phone number. He couldn't be contacted no matter what. One could imagine how angry Xia Chuanlu was. After all, he wasn't a very rich person. Losing 100,000 federal coins almost hit a family hard, and they also went through a few difficult years before they finally recovered. Xia Ping also remembered that his father didn't smoke in those years and couldn't bear it at all. Hearing this, the middle-aged man in gray, Bai Jianren, looked embarrassed. "I'm not dead, I just had an accident and haven't been in touch. Actually, I've always remembered the 100,000 federal coins I borrowed from Chuanlu. As soon as I saw your news on TV, I immediately came to repay it." He looked at Xia Chuanlu eagerly. "Is that so? Why did I hear that the police came to your door in person, so you came over in fear?" Xia Chuanlu looked at Bai Jianren with a smile. Ever since he became the bureau chief and his son Xia Ping was admitted to Yanhuang University, not only did Mayor Qin Fei call him, but also the leaders of Tianshui City personally called to celebrate, including the police chief. Therefore, he casually mentioned this matter to the bureau chief. As a result, Bai Jianren was found the next day. This kid had never left Tianshui City. He hid in a corner of Tianshui City to live, opened a restaurant, and even kept a few mistresses. His life was very comfortable. No, it's my fault. This matter is indeed my fault, but I was very difficult back then. Because I owed a lot of money from gambling, I had to do this. You can't blame me for this. It took many years for me to recover. Chuanlu, you should be able to understand me. Bai Jianren looked at Xia Chuanlu eagerly. You can talk to the police about this. I hope they can forgive you. Xia Chuanlu clapped his hands, and 5 or 6 policemen immediately appeared and arrested Bai Jianren. Due to the large number of people attending the banquet at the villa, even the police came to help maintain public order. Xia Chuanlu, don't go too far. No matter what, we've been friends for many years. We grew up wearing the same pants. Do you still have any humanity left in you to treat me like this? If this matter were to spread out, you, Xia Chuanlu, would also lose face. Everyone knows that you, Xia Chuanlu, are a despicable, shameless, filthy, and vicious person who doesn't care about old friendships. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, Bai Jianren wanted to use the hard way. He cursed at Xia Chuanlu. The reason why he was so frightened was because Xia Chuanlu had sued him for fraud. If he was convicted, he would be imprisoned for at least 7 to 8 years and even have to pay a large sum of money. Friend? Xia Chuanlu immediately laughed. It was a cold laugh. Back then, I treated you as a friend. I used up all my assets to help you, but you clearly didn't think that way. Pull it out, don't disturb the guests here. Yes. A few policemen immediately took action and pulled Bai Jianren out. No matter how he shouted, it was of no use. Seeing Bai Jianren being pulled away, Xia Chuanlu remained unmoved. He still looked like a spring breeze as he continued to entertain the guests. Bureau Chief Xia, well done. Such a shameless person should have called the police to arrest him. If such a shameless person were to continue to be in society, who knows how many crimes he would commit. Bureau Chief Xia is simply getting rid of a scourge for the people. A middle-aged man with a big belly wearing a black suit walked over with a flattering expression. Io, isn't this Bureau Chief Lu Guang? Why did you come as well? You actually brought a gift. You're too polite. How can I accept this? Xia Chuanlu immediately recognized that this middle-aged man was his original bureau chief of the City Administration Bureau, Lu Guang. Now, he was transferred to the Agriculture Bureau to retire. Originally, he had been flattering this Lu Guang for more than 10 years and had always been looked down upon by this guy. He didn't expect that he would actually come over eagerly with a precious gift in his hand like a pug. No. Bureau Chief Xia's son was admitted to Yanhuang University. This is not only a joyous occasion for the Xia family, but also a joyous occasion for Tianshui City. As a resident of Tianshui City, I am deeply honored, deeply honored. This small gift is not enough to show my respect. Lu Guang immediately handed over his gift. Xia Chuanlu immediately recognized that this was tiger wolf wine. It was made from the hearts of saber-toothed tigers and black-toothed wolves, along with various precious medicinal herbs. It was extremely precious and delicious. A bottle was worth 1 million federal coins. But now, Lu Guang took out a bottle as a gift. There was no doubt that this was a very large sum of money. It was estimated that he would have to ruthlessly cut off a piece of flesh from his body. Who knew how much money he would have to embezzle to earn it back? It's actually tiger wolf wine. Xia Chuanliu's eyes lit up. Bureau Chief Lu is too polite. How can I accept this? It's too precious, too precious. You should take it back. We can't afford it. Although he said that, his hand was still firmly holding onto it. He had no intention of returning it. No. I already said that this is a gift. How can there be a reason to return something that has been given out? Bureau Chief Xia, you don't have to be so polite. In the future, I will still need Bureau Chief Xia to take care of me. Lu Guang's face twitched. He pushed the wine away with a face that said, if you don't want this high-grade wine, I will be angry with you. Saying that I will take care of you is too polite. Bureau Chief Lu is my old leader. It should be Bureau Chief Lu who takes care of me. However, a bottle of Tiger Wolf wine is still a bit of a bad omen. It has a bit of a lonely shadow. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Xia Chuanlu blinked his eyes and looked at Lu Guang. What the hell? Lu Guang simply wanted to punch Xia Chuanlu's greedy face. What lonely shadow? Good things come in pairs. He clearly wanted him to give him another bottle of Tiger Wolf wine. Not only was he cutting off his flesh, he was also drawing his blood. He was shameless to the extreme. He had just become a bureau chief, yet he was so arrogant. He publicly demanded money. Did he have any morals? Did he have any shame? However, he didn't dare to not give it. After all, everyone knew that the Xia family was fucking awesome. They had produced a divine dragon. In the future, their achievements would be extraordinary. How could he offend such a person? Bureau Chief Xia is right. I was a little inconsiderate. I actually only gave you one bottle. I will immediately get someone to give you another bottle later. I guarantee that you won't be a lonely shadow. Lu Guang clenched his teeth. His heart was bleeding. Chapter 292. Aya, how can I accept this? How can I accept this? Chief Lu is too polite. Xia Chuanlu laughed so hard that his eyes couldn't be seen. However, anyone could tell that he wasn't embarrassed at all. No, no, no. It is my honor to be able to give Chief Xia a gift. It is my honor. Lu Guang's mouth twitched. Even though he was unwilling, it seemed like he could only bleed. How about this, Chief Lu, please go in first. I still have to entertain the guests later. Xia Chuanlu made an inviting gesture. Instantly, Lu Guang heaved a sigh of relief. If he continued to be blackmailed by this bastard, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. It was best to leave this vampire quickly. Feels good. Xia Chuanlu felt refreshed. It was as if he had become the master of the city. He thought back to how arrogant Lu Guang was in the past. He was the chief of the city administration bureau with a high position and a few thousand people under him. For a small character like him, even if he played mahjong with him every day and purposely lost money to him, he still wouldn't be treated seriously. After more than a decade, he was still a small city enforcement officer. But now, this guy actually came over to give him a gift. Even if he blackmailed him in front of him, he didn't even dare to fart. Even if he slapped him in the face, he could only say that it was a good slap. Isn't this cousin Magua? You are here too. Immediately, Xia Chuanlu saw a middle-aged man in a white suit sneak in. It was as if he wanted to avoid Xia Chuanlu's attention and enter silently. However, Xia Chuanlu's eyes were sharp and immediately caught him. Aya, cousin, long time no see. How have you been? The middle-aged man in the white suit, Magua, immediately greeted and pretended to be enthusiastic. Xia Ping also recognized Magua. This was his father's cousin. Although his family wasn't very rich, they had tens of millions of assets. They were many times richer than his family. His family also lived in a mansion. Thus, Magua had always looked down on Xia Chuanlu. He often bragged about how rich he was and how capable his son was. He also bragged about how good his son was at school. Xia Ping couldn't compare at all. From time to time, this guy would attack Xia Chuanlu at family gatherings. One could imagine how sullen Xia Chuanlu was. After all, he couldn't compare and there was nothing he could do. But today was different. I haven't seen you for a long time. I wonder where you made your fortune. Xia Chuanlu asked with a smile. Ma Guo waved his hands and said awkwardly, no, no, no. How can I get rich? I'm just running a small business to make a living. How can I compare to you, cousin? You're already living in the Jiangnan area. That's amazing. This villa must be expensive. He carefully looked at the furnishings around him. Every piece of furniture exuded nobility and luxury, and every place that was decorated only revealed one word, rich. Not much, just 1 billion. Xia Chuanlu waved his hand, pretending that it was no big deal. What? 1 billion? The people around all gasped. Although they also knew that the villas in Jiangnan district were very expensive and the people who could live in this place were either rich or noble, they did not expect that a house alone was worth 1 billion yuan. Just the price of this house alone was a figure that they would never be able to reach in their lifetime. Cousin, you're really rich now. You can even afford a villa worth 1 billion yuan. Ma Guo's face was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Once upon a time, this guy could only be scolded by him like a quail. He was just a small character. He did not expect that in just a year, he would make a comeback and become so awesome. He could not compare to him at all. Well said, well said. Money is just a worldly possession. I don't bring it with me when I'm alive. Xia Chuanlu said modestly, by the way, I remember that your son is the same age as my son. Which university did he get into? It's not a good university. It can't be compared to your son at all. Ma Guo's face turned green. How could he not know what this bastard was trying to say? It was obvious that he was using his son as a comparison. After all, this bastard's son had gotten into Yanhuang University, a first-class university. No matter how powerful his son was, how could he compare? He could not compare at all. Just say it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, right? There's nothing that can't be said. Xia Chuanlu had a malicious look on his face. Ma Guo was forced to say helplessly, he got into Meihua University. Meihua University? Isn't that a third-rate university? I don't even know where it is. Xia Chuanliu's eyes widened in shock. That's strange. Isn't your son a top student? He usually gets in the top 10. Why did he fail? Is it because you guys are giving him too much pressure? Hearing this, Ma Guo wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. He was so embarrassed that he was speechless. This bastard was clearly hitting his sore spot. Cousin, I'm sorry for bringing up your sad past. But don't worry, it's not like there's no future in a third-rate university. When you come out to make a living, who cares about which university you graduated from? What you rely on is your strength. Xia Chuanlu consoled, but then again, if you don't do well in the future, you can look for my son and work for him. I don't care about the money, but I definitely won't let you starve. Starve your sister. Ma Guo's face turned green. He was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. How could he speak like that? Did he not give him any face? He even wanted his son to work for this bastard's son. To think that this bastard could think of something like that. It was just a moment of pride. What was so great about it? Sooner or later, this bastard would be unlucky. He gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to say anything. Now, he was inferior to him. This person flew up the branch and became a phoenix. He even became a bureau chief. He had a lot of friends. The mayor even called to congratulate him. He lived in a billion-dollar house. He wasn't someone he could offend. The corner of Xia Ping's mouth twitched. This time, his dad probably slapped his face until it was swollen. He wouldn't be able to recover for a few years. Isn't this Uncle Li? Welcome, welcome. You're here to eat and drink. I didn't expect Auntie Huang to come too. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Everyone, don't stand on ceremony. Just eat whatever you want. I don't have much now except for money. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll immediately get someone to do it. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem. Everyone, you must drink and eat to your heart's content today. There's everything here. Xia Chuanlu stepped forward and greeted the guests one by one. His cocky face was completely revealed. One by one, the guests were furious. If this wasn't a petty person intoxicated by success, then what was? However, they could only hold it in. They pretended to be hypocritical and greeted him with a smile. Son, you're back. After sending a bunch of guests in, Xia Chuanlu finally found Xia Ping and immediately called out in surprise. I was standing here just now. Xia Ping was speechless. Just now, his father's presence was too high, causing the surrounding people to not notice him. Chapter 293. The banquet was held very smoothly, and Xia Ping successfully gained 20,000 hatred points. He didn't know how many people scolded him, but they were helpless and could only pretend to be a grandson. In the evening, the guests who attended the banquet left one after another, and only Xia Ping's family was left in the villa. Dad! Xia Ping said to Xia Chuanlu, I also brought some gifts for you when I came back from the Yanhuang University exam. You went to take the exam. It is said that it was very harsh and many people died. You can still bring gifts? Xia Chuanlu blinked. With a snap, Xia Ping took out 4 or 5 gem fruits from his space ring and immediately placed them on the table. Under the light, they emitted a colorful light which was very beautiful. Isn't this the legendary gem fruit? Seeing the appearance of this fruit, his mother Huang Lanxin was surprised. She has studied cooking for a long time, and naturally knows more or less about all kinds of precious ingredients in Yanhuang Star, and the gem fruit is one of the legendary ingredients. It is said that the value of this gem fruit is amazing. Such a fruit is worth 50 million federal coins. Only the high-level big shots are qualified to enjoy it. It can't be bought in the outside market at all. She rubbed her eyes and couldn't believe it. Amazing, son, where did you find this gem fruit? Xia Chuanlu was also very shocked. Xia Ping smiled slightly. The examination site was in a relic, and there happened to be a strange tree of heaven and earth, so I picked these gem fruits and brought them back. Son, why don't you go to heaven? When people take the exam, which one of them is not afraid of death and life? You, on the other hand, can bring back specialties from it. Xia Chuanlu was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Why does the exam sound like a trip? By the way, in addition to the gem fruit, I also found a lot of fire lizard meat from it, which is extremely rich in high-energy protein and nutritious. It is 10 times better than the meat of the fire bear. Xia Ping pretended to go back to his room and then took out a black bag with 200 or 300 pieces of fire lizard meat in it. He threw it on the table with a snap and said, if an ordinary martial disciple realm expert eats it, it can prolong his life and strengthen his physique. If he eats a lot, he can be promoted to the martial warrior realm. You two just have to eat it every day. I guarantee that you won't have any diseases or disasters for the rest of your lives. Seeing so many good things that couldn't be bought with money, Xia Chuanlu and Huang Lanxin were speechless, because this scene was too stimulating for them. Beep! At this moment, Xia Ping's phone rang with a notification. He opened it and saw that it was a bank transfer notification. The examinees from the 9 great continents immediately transferred money to him after they returned home. In less than a few minutes, the examinees had completed the transfer. It was very straightforward, and his bank account suddenly had an additional 99 billion federal coins. Son, what's wrong? Xia Chuanlu felt very strange as he looked at his son. Xia Ping said carelessly, it's nothing. Someone transferred money to me. I made a lot of friends in this exam. They want to give me money. I can't stop them. Hearing this, Xia Chuanliu's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. How could there be such an idiot in the world? He couldn't even stop him from giving money. Why didn't he give him money? How much money? Huang Lanxin asked. With a snap, Xia Ping immediately turned on the virtual projection and displayed the bank account information on it, revealing the number of the successful transfer of 99 billion federal coins just now. 99 billion? Oh my god, could it be that the decimal point is wrong? Is it 990? Both Xia Chuanlu and Huang Lanxin trembled for a while, dumbfounded. Although those priceless treasures before were enough to surprise people, this huge sum of almost 100 billion still made them feel a little dizzy. Even for those aristocratic families, hundreds of billions of federal coins was definitely an astronomical figure. It was estimated that even all the assets of the Nangong family added up would only be that much, but now he had earned it all at once. It would definitely scare people to death if they knew about it. There's no mistake, it's true. Xia Ping smiled slightly. Xia Chuanlu looked up to the sky and sighed, "Son, you don't want to go to heaven, you really do. You've earned hundreds of billions at such a young age. It's too awesome, too awesome. How many people can compare with you? They've lived their whole lives like dogs." He was shocked. Before tonight, he didn't expect that his Xia family could have hundreds of billions. Even his father, Xia Lu, who had died long ago, probably didn't expect it. If he said it out loud, others would think it was a fantasy. No, if it weren't for Dad, I wouldn't have been able to earn so much money. Really, Dad, you also have half of the credit. Xia Ping said modestly. Hearing this, Xia Chuanlu suddenly showed a proud look and said, "Isn't it? If I hadn't worked hard to give birth to you, you wouldn't have had the chance to earn so much money. Don't brag here. You're really panting when I say you're fat." Huang Lanxin looked at Xia Chuanlu angrily. Xia Chuanliu's face was thicker than the city wall and he was unmoved. He was silent for a moment, looked at Xia Ping and said, "Son, you're already so promising, and you're even admitted to Yanhuang University. As your father, I have nothing to say. It is estimated that you will advance to the peak of martial arts in the future. This road is also your choice, and I can't stop it. But pay attention to safety. Where there's life, there's no need to worry about firewood." He liked to brag, but he also knew that this villa, this money, and even his position as director were all brought by his son, but it didn't mean that there was no price. The greater the benefits, the greater the risks. As a strong and elite human being, they have to stand at the forefront and fight against the tyrannical monsters. Every day, if they are not careful, they may die under a king monster one day. This is the life of a martial artist. Enjoy the glory and wealth, enjoy all kinds of privileges in human society, this is the price. Although there is no money, no power, at least it is safe, and there is no need to worry every day. However, this is the path Xia Ping chose himself, and he can only recognize it, but as a parent, he is still very worried. "Dad, I know, I run faster than anyone in danger." Xia Ping nodded. He also understood his parents' worries, but this is the path he will take in the future. The path of a martial artist is full of thorns and blood. Safe and stable, without disease or disaster, ordinary is a way to live. Fighting with monsters and climbing to the peak of martial artists is also a way to live, and he chose the second. It's good that you know. Xia Chuanlu and Huang Lanxin both nodded with satisfaction. For the next 3 days, Xia Ping also stayed with his parents and played around. After all, once he went to Yanhuang University, it was estimated that it would be a long time before he could return. Xia Ping also transferred 1 billion to his parents. If it was too much, they would be at a loss and they couldn't use it all. 1 billion was enough. Chapter 294. A huge warship was docked at the airport of Tianshui City. Xia Ping took a taxi to the airport and was picked up by the staff. He immediately saw Jiang Yaru, Nangong Wu, Feng Hetang, Chu Rong, and others on the warship. The interior of the warship was full of seats, just like the seats on an airplane. Each person had a seat, and Xia Ping also came to his own seat. Boom! As soon as Xia Ping sat down, the floor shook and the warship flew up. Big brother. Feng Hetang pointed at a notch next to his seat and said, "There's a smartwatch in this notch. It's installed with Yanhuang University's student chip, which records all kinds of information about Yanhuang University and Cloud Realm. It has been bound to your pupils, fingerprints, genes, and so on. You just need to activate it. It is said that when you enter Yanhuang University in the future, you will have to use this watch for transactions, daily life, system positioning, and so on." Xia Ping looked at it and immediately took out a smart watch from the groove and put it on his wrist. With a beep, a virtual page immediately popped out and a blue light shot out, scanning his body. Fingerprint rune, pupil characteristics match, smell match, confirmed to be Xia Ping, system activated. A mechanical voice sounded. Finally going to Yanhuang University. After activating the smart watch, Xia Ping was very satisfied. It is said that Yanhuang University is in Sky Realm. I wonder what that place looks like. He was very curious because all information about Sky Realm was confidential. Ordinary people had no idea what was in that place. They only knew that it was a cultivation paradise. Not only were there all kinds of treasures, but the area was tens of thousands of times larger than Yanhuang planet. Moreover, the world spirit chi was rich. When warriors went there, their cultivation efficiency would increase more than 10 times. Almost all the best warriors on Yanhuang planet had gone to Sky Realm. Even most of the King Realm experts were in the Cloud Realm and had taken root in that place. If there was nothing important, they would not return to Yanhuang Star. But other than that, ordinary people knew nothing about that place. It is a very dangerous place, Nangong Wu said seriously. Nangong Wu said solemnly, I heard from my father that the Cloud Realm is rich in heaven and earth spiritual chi, materials, and treasures. That's why there are so many powerful monsters living in that world. There are even some monsters that possess intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans. They can speak the human language and can even transform into a human form. They can already be called demons. Although the Nangong family is not a big family in the entire Yanhuang Star, they still know more news like this than ordinary people. The most important thing is that this is not an extremely confidential matter. He can speak the human language and take on a human form. Xia Ping blinked his eyes in surprise. Yes. Feng Hetang nodded in agreement. It can be said that the biggest enemies of humans in the Cloud Realm are the Beast Kings. The Cloud Realm belongs to the Beast Kings from the very beginning. However, when we humans entered this world, we began to seize many territories and occupy this world. It is said that they also have a headquarters called the Myriad Demon Mountain. It is the sacred mountain of the demon clan, where king-level demon beasts live. Rumor has it that all the demon beasts in the entire Cloud Realm obey the orders of the Myriad Demon Mountain. It rules the 72 demon kings of the caves, the 36 demon masters of the caves, and 108 other major forces. There are also countless other large and small demon kingdoms all over the Cloud Realm. It can be said that these demon beasts are already the biggest enemies of humans. For hundreds of years, there have been many tragic wars between humans and demon beasts. Both sides have suffered countless casualties and formed a blood feud. His expression was also very serious. Xia Ping's eyes flickered. He was very excited and not the slightest bit afraid. Wasn't being able to see such a vast world one of the reasons why he wanted to embark on the path of a warrior? If it's so powerful, then won't it be very dangerous for us to enter the Cloud Realm? Jiang Yaru, who was next to him, also heard these words. Nangong Wu waved her hand and said, There's no need to worry. We humans have been in the Cloud Realm for more than 500 years. We relied on our tyrannical king realm experts and a large number of high-tech weapons to defeat the demon kings and establish human cities. We've long since gained a firm foothold in the cloud realm and are on par with the demon kings. Moreover, Yanhuang University is at the entrance of Yanhuang planet and the cloud realm. It is equivalent to a backline existence. It is extremely safe. No matter how powerful the demon kings are, they can't attack us. She gestured for Jiang Yaru to rest assured. I looked at the introduction of Yanhuang University on the smartwatch. It seems that there is something called contribution points, which is very important, even more important than federal coins. Chu Rong pressed the smartwatch, and an interface popped up. Of course it is important. It can be said that contribution points of Yanhuang University are more important than federal coins. Nangong Wu nodded. This kind of contribution points is simply a hard currency in Yanhuang University. You can enter the university library to buy all kinds of King Realm secret manuals, go to the medical hall to buy precious pills, and all kinds of precious treasures. You can even spend contribution points to have a King Realm powerhouse help you improve your cultivation. It is said that one contribution point is equivalent to 1 million federal coins. If you exchange it in the black market, it can even reach 5 million federal coins. Moreover, it is priceless in the black market. No one is stupid enough to exchange contribution points for federal coins. Every new student can get 100 contribution points. This is the starting capital given to us by the university. We can use it to buy all kinds of secret manuals and pills. She pointed to a number on Chu Rong's page, which showed 100 contribution points. Chu Rong and the others were shocked. As long as you had enough contribution points, you could buy all kinds of King Realm secret manuals and browse them at will. This was the benefit of being admitted to Yanhuang University. But in the outside world, even if you had money, you couldn't get it. This was the benefit of being admitted to Yanhuang University. But the premise of everything was that you had enough contribution points. My dad warned me before that when new students enter the society, there will be the phenomenon of the old students bullying the new students. They will bully the new students because they don't know the importance of contribution points. They will use all kinds of tricks to cheat the new students of their contribution points, causing the new students to be penniless and live a difficult life. Their cultivation will also plummet. They will even fail the year-end exam and be kicked out of Yanhuang University. Feng Hetang also warned. Chapter 295. But how do you get these points? Xia Ping asked with concern. Nangong Wu thought for a moment and said, mainly through missions. The school will issue a lot of missions for students to complete. After they complete the missions, they will receive a huge reward from the school. Also, you have to make contributions. For example, if you get precious treasures, monster materials, elixirs, ores, and so on. If you offer these treasures to Yanhuang University, they will also buy them according to a certain amount of points. She explained how to get points. It seems that the freshman ranking competition can also give you a lot of points. Xia Ping pointed to an image and projected it. Nangong Wu nodded, indeed, it can give you a lot of points. If you take first place in this competition, you will get 10,000 points, second and third place will get 5,000 points, fourth to sixth place will get 3,000 points, and seventh to 10th place will get 1,000 points. As for the other students, they will only get 100 points. Only the top 10 can get benefits. It seems that we have no chance, Jiang Yaru said regretfully. Although she was also very confident in her strength, it was simply impossible to get into the top 10 in Yanhuang University, where there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I think only Big Brother will have this chance, Feng Hetang said. Xia Ping also touched his chin. If he could get first place in the freshman ranking competition, he would get 10,000 points. This was simply 100 times more than ordinary students. One step ahead, one step at a time. He understood this very well. No, no, no. You guys are really underestimating Yanhuang University. I think even Xiaoping can't get into the top 10. Nangong Wu shook her head, not optimistic about Xiaoping. Chu Rong was unconvinced, even Mu Bancheng is not Xiaoping's opponent. Who else can? Although she also knew that this bastard was very shameless, she had to admit that this guy was tyrannical. Even the descendant of the king's family was not a match for him. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was this year's first place. If this year's enrollment is only for students from Yanhuang Planet, then Xiaoping will probably get first place. But this time, there are also local residents living in the sky world. Nangong Wu clenched her fist. We humans have been in the sky world for 500 years. Many of our ancestors have lived in this place, constantly taking root, and the population is also growing crazily. It is said that the population in the sky world has far exceeded the population of Yanhuang Planet. It has already reached 60 billion. What? Chu Rong and others were taken aback. This was the first time they had heard such information, because on Yanhuang's star, there was only a little more than 30 billion. Are you surprised? No, that's not strange at all. Nangong Wu said in a deep voice, over the past 500 years, planet Yanhuang has continuously migrated its population to the cloud realm. Coupled with the great improvement in medical technology, the chance of infant death is almost zero, and human lifespan has been greatly increased. In addition, the land here is many times larger than that of Yanhuang Planet. There is no restriction at all, so the population growth in the cloud realm is much faster than that of Yanhuang Planet. It can be said that the cloud realm is the second world of mankind. Xia Ping and the others could not help but nod. Because of the development of technology, human lifespan had been greatly increased. Ordinary martial disciples had a lifespan of 150 years, and when they advanced to the martial warrior realm, they would have a lifespan of 200 years. Supposedly, one would possess a lifespan of 300 years upon attaining the martial master realm, a lifespan of 500 years at the grandmaster realm, and it was even to the extent that the lifespan of king realm experts exceeded 1,000 years. They were simply like old freaks. There were even some king realm experts who had lived since the cataclysm, with a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. These were the real big shots of mankind, tyrannical and invincible existences. On the one hand, the human mortality rate had been greatly reduced. On the other hand, the birth rate had been greatly increased, and materials were abundant. It was normal for the population to increase to 60 billion in just 500 years. If it weren't for the repeated wars with countless monster kings in the past 500 years and the death of countless humans, it was estimated that the population would have more than doubled. So you know the true power of this school's ranking competition. Nangong Wu clenched her fists and said, these residents living in the cloud realm all live in a place with such rich heaven and earth spiritual qi. Even if they have the same qualifications, their cultivation efficiency is more than 10 times that of ours. Coupled with all kinds of natural treasures, they continue to consume them. Martial masters and grandmaster realm experts emerge one after another. The conditions of some students are better than the heirs of the best families in Yanhuang Planet. Because of this, their admission conditions are also extremely strict. They must at least be in the martial warrior realm. And the number of students enrolled is also very high, reaching 160,000, 4 times that of our Yanhuang Planet. Chu Rong and Zhang Yaru were silent. Many of the students who were admitted to Yanhuang University this time were also in the martial disciple realm. Compared with the opponents who were at least in the martial warrior realm, the gap was really too big. It was no wonder that Nangong Wu was so unconfident. In comparison, there was really a big gap. This is nothing. Xia Ping waved his hand. It's just a low starting point. Let them run a few steps ahead. Sooner or later, we will also surpass them. That's right. It's not a big deal to start low. As long as we also have such resources, we are afraid of surpassing them. That's right. As long as everyone is on the same starting line, I am not afraid of anyone." Hearing this, Jiang Yaru and the others were all in high spirits. They were also the pride of the school. Even if they were shocked by such a reality for a while, they would not lose confidence because of it. "Look, we are going through that black hole." At this time, Chu Rong immediately pointed to the window next to her. Immediately, Xia Ping and the others looked outside and saw that the warship had flown to the highest altitude and was flying towards a huge black hole. The surrounding space was extremely oppressive, as if it contained a destructive aura. A huge transparent energy shield immediately surged around the warship, enveloping it and resisting the pressure around the black hole. With a whoosh, it flew into the black hole in an instant. After an unknown amount of time, the warship flew out from the other side of the black hole. "This is the cloud world?" Xia Ping and the others looked out the window and immediately saw that they were surrounded by mountains that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. They were lush, as if they were in a primeval forest. However, under such a forest, it was forcibly transformed. Mountains were moved and seas were filled. Mountains were flattened and turned into flat land. The place under the black hole was turned into a huge city. Such a city was more than 100 times larger than Huajing City. There were many schools, huge laboratories, huge training grounds, and luxurious residential villas. Chapter 296. At this time, in a square of Yanhuang University, a battleship was docked, and students walked down from it. There were at least 20,000 people, all of whom were new students. There were 10 such squares, distributed in various places of Yanhuang University, but it was obvious that there were more students in the Cloud Realm, equivalent to 4 times that of Yanhuang Planet. Moreover, each of them had a strong aura, at least above the first heaven of the Martial Warrior Realm. Experts in the third heaven and fourth heaven of the Martial Warrior Realm were everywhere, obviously stronger than the students of Yanhuang Planet. These are the students from the Ancestral Planet? Their steps are weak and their hands and feet are weak. There are actually people in the Martial Disciple Realm. Such trash can also be admitted to Yanhuang University. This is simply ridiculous. A Cloud Realm student looked at the Yanhuang Planet students walking out of the battleship and was suddenly very dissatisfied. "Isn't it? These trash are simply at the bottom of the major schools in our Cloud Realm, but just because they are on the Ancestral Planet, they have so many preferential treatment. Such garbage cultivation can also be admitted to Yanhuang University. It's really too hateful." Some Cloud Realm students were very disdainful, and there was a trace of indignation on their faces. Think about how fierce the competition between the major schools in their Cloud Realm was. There were 60 billion people, and countless students took the college entrance examination every year, but only 160,000 people could enter Yanhuang University. Moreover, the students who could be admitted to Yanhuang University were at least in the Martial Warrior Realm, and their strength was unknown how much stronger they were than these Yanhuang Planet students. Even so, a large number of Martial Warrior Realm students failed. The problem was that these students from Yanhuang Planet had a chance to be admitted to the Martial Disciple Realm, which made many Cloud Realm students very dissatisfied, thinking that this was preferential treatment for the people of the Ancestral Planet. There's no other way, they are from the Ancestral Planet. Although the cultivation environment there is not good, it is after all the birthplace of mankind. Many King Realm big shots were born there. Even so, they can't be discriminated against by region. Why are the students living in the Cloud Realm not only extremely difficult to take, but also so few people are admitted? Indeed, if the competition is fair, I think not even 1/10 of the students from the Ancestral Planet can be admitted to Yanhuang University. They just rely on Yanhuang Planet's local resident certificate. Without this certificate, they're nothing. It is said that some people who have connections in the Cloud Realm have begun to secretly return to Yanhuang Star. When they are in the 3rd year of high school, they will transfer their household registration to Yanhuang Star and take the college entrance examination so that they can easily be admitted to Yanhuang University. Brilliant, cultivating in the Sky Realm, and then returning to Yanhuang Star to take the exam. Isn't it a sure thing to be admitted to Yanhuang University? It's so easy, I can even lie down. That's wishful thinking. If you don't have power and connections, you won't be able to do it. Ordinary people like us can only watch with envy. But then again, so what if they get in? Aren't these good-for-nothings at Yanhuang University still at the bottom? They're no match for us students from the Cloud Realm. It is said that the strongest of these students from Yanhuang Planet is a character named Mu Bansheng. He is an expert at the 5th level of the martial artist realm. The strongest is only at the 5th heaven of the martial artist realm. Damn, when there are no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys call themselves the king. I'm not bragging, but there are a lot of students here who can beat him. Indeed, the strongest of our students is a powerhouse at the 7th level of the martial artist realm. Even some of the older students of Yanhuang Planet may not be their match. How can these students from Yanhuang Planet compare with us? Many students from the Cloud Realm were talking about it. They all stood in a pile and looked at the students from Yanhuang Planet next to them with disdain. They did not hide their contempt at all. They even deliberately spoke very loudly so that the students from Yanhuang Planet around them could hear them. These bastards! When the students from Yanhuang Planet heard these words, all of them clenched their fists, but they dared not speak up because these students were indeed too strong. On average, they were at the 3rd level of the martial artist realm, and there were even cultivators at the 4th and 5th levels. The gap between the two was too big. Boom! At this time, another battleship landed, and students walked out from it. Suddenly, the eyes of many students lit up because they saw Xia Ping and the others coming down from above. Big brother Xia, you're here. A day without seeing you feels like 3 years. I finally see you. With big brother Xia here, we have a backbone. That's great. One by one, the students went up to say hello. Their attitude was very warm and they smiled. They were all people who had gone through life and death with Xia Ping. They all had revolutionary friendship. There were Roddy, Shifei, and others. Xia Ping and the others also came down and greeted them. No way, this pretty boy can be the big brother of these people? Are you kidding me? He's only at the 4th level of the martial artist realm. Such a character is just an ordinary student here. You can't compare it like this. After all, the education level of Yanhuang Planet is low. Chapter 297. Apologize your ass. Don't be too arrogant, boy. You want us to worship you? If you don't, then you are being rude. Who do you think you are? Are you a totem? You actually said that you are from Yanhuang Planet. So what if you are from Yanhuang Planet? You want us to worship you? Do you think your status is superior? You dare to say that we are uncivilized? Do you want to die, you bastards? How dare you despise us like this? Believe it or not, I will beat you until your mother can't recognize you. A group of Cloud Realm students suddenly exploded in anger, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. All of them were going crazy. They had never seen such arrogant people from Yanhuang Planet in their lives. One must know that all of them who stayed in the Cloud Realm were human elites, rich in materials and developed in technology. The strongest human beings stayed in this place. The Cloud Realm was simply the elite area of human beings. These bastards from Yanhuang Planet who had never seen the world dared to look down on them? Not convinced? Xia Ping squinted and looked at these people. Get over here and die. I will let you use one hand. If I can't cripple you, consider it my loss. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking completely like a grandmaster. Fuck, this pretty boy is too arrogant. He even let us use one hand. He is just a trash in the 4th heaven of the martial warrior realm. How dare he say such big words? Let's do it. Let this bastard see the gap between these trash from Yanhuang Planet and us human elites. Hearing these words, a group of Cloud Realm students suddenly exploded. Even if they could endure it, they could not tolerate this kind of thing. The other party had already bullied them and pissed on their heads. If they could still endure it, they would be the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Brat, let me fight you. Remember, the Sky World is not a place where trash like you can speak carelessly. Otherwise, you will be beaten up badly. With a swoosh, a strong man who was 1.9 meters tall stood up. He clenched his fists and bulged his muscles. His whole person looked like an iron tower, exuding a tyrannical aura. This was an expert in the fifth heaven of the martial warrior realm. In terms of true chi cultivation alone, it was estimated that he was not inferior to Mu Bancheng. Barbarian Bull Gu Shan, a martial artist at the fifth heaven. This kid is dead for sure. Although Gu Shan isn't the strongest among us students, he is still quite famous. This is a fifth heaven of the martial artist realm expert who has cleared 5 acupoints. I wonder how much stronger he is than this kid. Rumor has it that Gu Shan is extremely strong and has cultivated the demonic ox technique. His body is tough and impenetrable. He is like a raging bull that goes on a rampage. Anyone who fights against him will either die or be injured. He is extremely terrifying. This kid is doomed. He's still 100 years away from fighting Gu Shan. We'll be able to see how badly he'll be beaten up later. Take a photo immediately, leave the evidence, and release it to the students of Yan Huang Planet. This is the consequence of offending the students of our Cloud Realm. Let them understand the rules. Many students from the Sky Realm were discussing among themselves, looking as if they were watching a good show. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Gu Shan made his move. His feet trampled on the ground, and 2 huge deep pits immediately appeared on the ground. Gravel splashed everywhere. He was like a raging bull, and the surface of his body was covered with a layer of tyrannical cyan genuine chi. His right fist was like a bull's horn, and his left fist was like a bull's tail. His 2 hooves trampled out with the power to crack mountains. He was so aggressive that even the air exploded at this moment. When Jiang Yaru and the others saw this, they were all shocked. The students from the heavenly realm were indeed powerful. Each of them had experienced hundreds of battles. Who knew how many monsters and humans they had fought? The martial skills they used were also incomparably exquisite and perfect. There was even a faint murderous aura, with a threatening momentum. If it was a timid person or someone with no experience, they would immediately be frightened by this momentum. But Xia Ping was unmoved. He just stretched out his right hand and gently blocked the front with his palm. The other party's bull's horn rushed over, bursting out with power like a dam bursting. Even a boulder of hundreds of tons would be smashed under this force. Boom! The force bombarded Xia Ping's right palm. The 2 collided, and the chi vibrated, creating a terrifying gust of wind. Sand and stones flew, and smoke billowed. What? Gu Shan was shocked. He simply didn't dare to believe his eyes. That was because this attack of his was invincible, but when it landed on this kid's palm, it was simply like attacking cotton. All the ferocious force was completely absorbed by a gentle force. Even if he wanted to break through his opponent's defense, it would be impossible. Not good, not good. At this moment, Gu Shan's expression changed. He had used all his strength in this attack. He thought that he could kill the boy in one move, so he didn't hold back. But because of this, it was impossible to instantly recover his strength. At this moment, he had just used up all his strength, and there was no new force coming out of his body. How could he block this? In an instant, Xia Ping kicked out with his left foot. Like a black bear, he roared in the air and let out a roar. The surrounding students couldn't help but cover their ears to prevent their eardrums from shattering. Boom! This kick landed squarely on Gu Shan's abdomen. The force of hundreds of thousands of kilograms exploded, and the true chi formed a spiral, penetrating his lungs and muscles. Ah! Gu Shan immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Caught off guard, he was sent flying backward. He slid across the ground for hundreds of meters and even left a deep ravine on the ground. With a puff, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He looked at Xia Ping in horror. Because this kick just now had made him lose more than half of his combat strength, and even his lungs were seriously injured. How is this possible? The group of Cloud Realm students were dumbfounded. They couldn't help but feel shocked. Gu Shan was an expert in the fifth heaven of the martial artist realm, but he was defeated by this boy with one kick. This was too exaggerated. And Gu Shan was not some nameless expert. He cultivated the Herculean ox demon technique, which gave him boundless strength. His body was as hard as a bull. This was a defensive technique. Even if a normal martial artist were to hit him, they would not leave a mark. But how could this boy send Gu Shan flying with one kick? Who else is not convinced? Come out and take a few steps. Aren't you showing me the martial arts of the Cloud Realm? Is this all you have? Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back, a look of disdain on his face. This is the so-called human elite. Is this the result of having the best cultivation environment, consuming the best heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and occupying endless cultivation resources? If this is all you have, it's too disappointing. It's a complete waste of food. Chapter 298. Well said, I've long been sick of these bastards from the Cloud Realm. They're too self-righteous. If they weren't in such an environment with such rich spiritual chi and a lot of treasures, do you think they would have improved so quickly? If they stayed in Yanhuang planet, they would probably all be in the martial disciple realm and not even be able to break through to the martial warrior realm. They're obviously useless, purely relying on the accumulation of resources. How can such trash be so arrogant? Isn't it? Big Brother Xia is only at the fourth heaven of the martial warrior realm, but he beat this so-called fifth heaven expert like a dog. From this, we can see the level of these Cloud Realm students. If the foundation of martial arts is not stable, it's useless no matter how fast they progress. In this life, they will only be trash in the martial warrior realm. They can't even break through to the martial master realm. It seems that these guys are all trash. If they weren't from the Cloud Realm, how could they have the chance to enter Yanhuang University? Hearing Xia Ping's words, the students of Yanhuang planet immediately mocked and ridiculed the students of the Cloud Realm. They didn't know how comfortable they were now. Xia Ping's lesson was really good. Just now, they were full of anger. These bastards were all arrogant and looked down on others just because their cultivation was slightly stronger. In fact, if it weren't for these guys staying in the Cloud Realm and obtaining countless benefits, how could they have improved so quickly? It was obvious that they relied on external help to improve so quickly, but each of them thought that their talent was invincible enough to surpass the people from Yanhuang planet. If they were also born in the Cloud Realm and had a lot of cultivation resources, they were confident that they would not fall behind this group of people. This group of Yanhuang planet bastards are too arrogant. They said that we relied on resources. How can they have the face to say this? Do they know how hard we usually cultivate? Hearing these words, all the Cloud Realm students' faces turned green and they couldn't help but clench their fists. These Yanhuang planet bastards dared to mock them like this. It was too hateful. However, Gu Shan, who had a little fame among them, a dignified fifth heaven of the martial warrior realm, was kicked away by this kid. He was completely no match for him, which made them speechless. Obviously, there was a difference of a realm. They should have won with an absolute advantage, but now such a situation happened. Didn't this prove that all the Cloud Realm students were trash? Boom! All of a sudden, a fist blasted over from afar, piercing through the air like a cannonball exploding towards Xia Ping, containing incomparable destructive power. What? Xia Ping's eyes flashed, and he struck out with his palm. You do not know the rules, so I will let you go for now. If there is a next time, all of you will be grounded. His voice was very harsh. Originally, he was nearby to maintain order, but he did not expect that there would be students fighting so soon, which made him feel very annoyed. If the school leaders found out about this, they might be severely punished. Humph, you are lucky this time. Seeing the arrival of the teacher, Zheng Yuan's face showed a hint of fear. He stopped and stared at Xiaoping. The school's ranking competition will begin soon. I want to see what you are capable of then. The cloud world is very big. You, who came from planet Yanhuang, are just a frog at the bottom of a well. After saying that, he turned and left. The other students of the cloud world also stared at Xiaoping, very unwilling, but they could only leave. After all, with the teacher here, they could not fight at all. You all leave too. Immediately go to the training ground for the school's ranking competition. The white-robed teacher said to Xiaoping and the others, sending them away so that they wouldn't start fighting here. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Seeing this, Xiaoping and the others also left and boarded a nearby bus. This bus was responsible for taking them to the school's training ground for the freshman ranking competition. Rumble the bus moved quickly, and Xiaoping and the others sat on the bus. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.